What up? What it do? It's your boy Q with Vision View TV on YouTube. And as always, blessings and love to every single one of you guys and gals supporting, showing the channel love. I appreciate every single one of you, as always. And also, as always, the red carpet has been rolled out to every single one of y'all. Really fast, quick shout out. William, Space is Fake, Scotcheroos by Grandma Val, um, and anyone else who is actively watching us on whatever platform or channel you're watching us from. Yeah. So there are a ton of updates, like for this channel alone, but also within our day-to-day life in this house, in the family. For those of you, by the way, for those of you who have been praying for my sister and her health, I appreciate it greatly. It is not in vain, and it is not, overlooked. I know I can be kind of like one of those people who sound like a broken record when I ask for specific, like requests by the community. And I've been constantly bombarding on this channel and on other platforms like TikTok to ask for prayers, like for my sister. She's still really going through it, and it has not been easy on her, and retroactively, it has not been easy on us because, again, like I said last time, this is all new to us. And while I strongly, firmly believe that this is just a temporary thing, this is not going to be a lifelong issue. It's not going to be something that she's gonna have to battle for the rest of her life. And I do believe, in the healing power of God, right? And I believe wholeheartedly, blindly, that Christ, our Savior, is also Christ, our healer, right? And so I know at some point, whether it be, in a few days, a few weeks, few months, whatever the case may be, whatever amount of time that this will take, I do believe wholeheartedly that God will heal her completely from what she has been going through. But while you're in it, and you're experiencing everything, and it's not easy. I know it's not easy on her, and I know it's frustrating, and I know it's just something that, ironically, like, I don't want her to get used to it, obviously, and she shouldn't get used to it because, again, I do believe it's going to be a short season of what she's going through. But at the same time, yes, like, we do have to learn to temporarily kind of just like figure it out how to live with it for the moment, and do what we can to fight off um, those health issues and concerns that are you know actively attacking her on a daily basis. But anyways, again, thank you all for the prayers. Thank you all for asking, how she's doing, and just asking overall how things are on our end. So I appreciate all of that. So yeah, to start things off, uh, Space is Fake sent me a video through the DMs on Instagram. I think it was yesterday or the day before yesterday. So we're gonna start with sharing that video and talking and giving our commentary on it, and then we'll move on to similar topics that have to do with that or are correlated somehow in some way, shape, or form, or just topics and subtopics that deal with the end times, right? Bible prophecy, etc. And then towards the end of the stream, I don't know how long I'm going to be on here. I don't know if I'm going to be here until like just like 7 p.m. or 8 p.m. or 10 p.m. I don't know. I just kind of like allow, you know, um, I just get a feel for it. And if it's one of those streams where everybody is engaged and everybody's interacting and everybody's being benefited from the stream, then, we'll go for as long as we can. If there's not much engagement and not much interaction from the community or the supporters, then I'll just dial it back and finish off like sooner. But you know, I'll get a feel for it as the stream continues. But again, thanks to Space is Fake for sending the video. I appreciate the you know, wanting me to share my commentary and feedback on this. And let's do this. Okay. All right, here we go. I'm gonna skip the intro.
Something was terribly wrong with the world that we lived in, but you couldn't figure out just what it was. Then you've come to the right place. Secret societies, Mr.
New York City Council bill could soon limit how much time kids spend on social media. The bill proposes calls for those under 17 to be limited to 1 hour a day on social media unless a parent approves more time. It would also ban targeted ads aimed at kids as lawmakers try to address growing concerns about social media's impact on mental health. Supporters say it's about protecting young people, but critics argue it could be hard to enforce and may even raise free speech issues. The bill is now headed to a city council hearing later this month.
This is a call for an uprising. Welcome to today.
Before I press play again and continue with the video, I'll say this in advance. I am a huge advocate for, like, you know, it's a slippery slope and it's a really gray area to talk about, because it's like it really is a double-edged sword, right? With like social media and free speech and wanting to get the truth out there, and at the same time, you know, not putting ourselves at risk or in a position where we could be affected retrospectively, right? Hey, Monarch, God bless. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. But yeah, I'm a huge advocate for, like, you know, a really well balanced time usage of like being on social media versus, you know, more time in prayer, like more time in fasting, more time in like seeking God, right? The way I think it should work, right? And this is just my opinion. This is not to be written in stone. This is not, you know, this is not gospel, right? But in my opinion, the way it should be balanced out is, you know, like 70%, right? Prayer time, Bible study, getting close with God, seeking God's face, seeking God's presence in our life, right? Seeking the Holy Spirit to truly abide in us, right? And you know, have that healthy relationship with God the Father and the Holy Spirit, right? That should be like a 70%. The only reason why I don't say 100% is because, like, realistically, there's no way to be entirely devoted to that 24/7. It's just not realistic. There's, you know, 7 days in a week, right? 365 days in a year, 24 hours in a day, so on and so forth. So there's no realistic way for me to say I'm going to spend every second of my life, you know, praying and fasting and worshiping God. That's just not realistic. It's just humanly, it's not realistic. So sadly, I can't say 100%, right? So that's why I say, you know, like 70% prayer, you know, seeking God's face, you know, staying connected with the Holy Spirit, building on top of a strong spiritual foundation with the Holy Spirit, right? And God the Father, etc. And then, you know, the other 30%, you know, however you want to look at it, you should divide it between, like, you know, making sure that you're giving your family time, like quality time, or your loved ones, whoever you have, and, you know, like seeking out information, verifying that information, digging deep into the Bible, right, and bringing that to the table and sharing with others, and just sharing truth. Like wherever the truth leads, you just share it forward and hope that, you know, retroactively, everybody who hears the truth or here's the information that you provide, scrutinizing it, puts it through scrutiny. I got tongue tied. I don't know why. And really studies it, and, you know, kind of like just does their verifying side of things and confirming or whatever they need to do to, Is it really true? Is it from a reliable source, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then, like within that 30%, that's where you also have like, okay, like this is what God has given me, right? Through, study of the word. This is what God has shown me through prayer. This is where the Holy Spirit has led me through discernment, right, in the Spirit, and you share that. So 70% being tight with God, building on that relationship with God the Father, the Holy Spirit, praying, fasting, diving deep into the Word, and the rest, like the 30%, trying your best to have a healthy, balanced, normal, loving lifestyle among your family, among your friends, among your loved ones, and staying in touch with like whatever community you're part of, and just kind of like iron sharpens iron, right? And that fellowship, that's where all that fellowship like clicks in, and you're able to like help each other and build each other up, and just pretty much like prepare each other for like battle, whether it be like spiritual warfare or battling like on social media and like getting the word out, freedom of speech, etc., right? But yeah, that's just my opinion. Again, it's not to be written in stone. It's not to be taken as gospel truth. It's just the way I look at it. That's the way looks most realistic and most beneficial to me, right? But anyways, I just want to get that out the way beforehand before we get into this, because I mean, there's ways to go about this also where it's not so like, like spiritual, right? And it's just like normal, quote unquote secular mainstream type of way of like having a balanced life, of being on social media and being active, versus not letting it take up all your time or most of your time, right? It shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be, like, social media should not be taking up more than half your time. It just shouldn't. Social media should be like just, like a plus, like an add-on that you're just like, you're interacting with people, you're sharing your opinions, you're sharing what you find, right, etc. But that's it. Like, it shouldn't take up most of your day. But that's just my opinion. But let's see what a call has to say about this.
Show. Obviously, anybody who sees a story like this about limiting social media for children is probably going to be on board with that story, because of course we know social media is nothing but poison. Can it be used for good in some ways, like YouTube channels like this? Perhaps, yes. But overall, we can all agree that social media is toxic, it is poisonous, and it is ruining the minds of children, along with obviously the never-ending large amounts of globs of fake information that people are consuming on a day in, day out basis. This isn't just the old days where you turn on the TV and you're getting fed propaganda from Channel 2 or Channel 4, ABC or NBC. We have social influencers. We have constant media everywhere, even media that you don't think is intentional media that's trying to persuade and manipulate your thoughts is. That's what I mentioned social media influencers for, these famous people that they've put out there who are makeup artists or doing other things that start talking about politics or things going on in the world. They are constantly trying to warp and manipulate your perspective of what's happening in the world. And that's how they blur the lines of what's real and what's not, because we know the majority of the news is actually scripted and fake. So when we see a story like this, we should cheer. But of course, what really should be occurring is that the parents in the household should have control over what their children are actually doing, which means you shouldn't be buying your children phones for starters, let alone buying them phones and allowing them to be on social media. But this is where the state comes in. This is where Big Brother comes in and says, look, you can't parent your own kids, obviously, so let us do it. And this isn't about them trying to protect you, just like when we saw the COVID pandemic occur. It wasn't about the government trying to help you and giving you a vaccine that'll make you immune to a disease that they created. It was really a disease that was coming from, let's just say, frequencies that are all around us from towers specifically that were put up at that time period. It was about, of course, the government trying to get inside of your body and having control over your body. That's why the government was never caring about getting you healthy or getting you better. The government was caring about manipulating you into doing what they wanted you to do, which is why they bribed you with free Visa gift cards, free meals at McDonald's, free lap dances, free liquor, whatever they could think of. The government was offering it to you if you went and put this poison inside of your body, which we all obviously realized was a government ploy, even though there's still suckers out there that are still lining up at CVS and Walgreens, poisoning themselves, believe it or not, in the year 2026.
Quick pause and a quick interjection here. This is just, again, this is just me. This is my personal opinion. I could be wrong. And if I am wrong, God forgive me. But I heard it was a bet. But looking back on Pop's like health decline, I think one of the things that sped things up, because I feel like, Pops eventually down the line, he was going to suffer, medically and physically he was going to have like pretty much like consequences, right, to his earlier actions in his like teen years and young adult years, right? Not eating correctly, not paying attention to his health as much as he should have. I feel like, and again, it's just my opinion, and I could be wrong. I'm not a doctor, right? But my opinion is he did get the shots. I don't know. I think it was just like one shot that he took. I don't think he got more than that. But I think the fact that he did get just one shot, did accelerate and speed up the complications that he was already starting to have. And also I think it could be a small factor and a small reason of why, my mom is also having like some like accelerated complications, same thing with like my sister. They all got like one shot. I didn't get any shots. So it's crazy how, I'll get the occasional like allergies, like through springtime or whatever. The occasional like headaches for obvious reasons, like everybody has their vice, and my vice is caffeine. So I'm well aware that I should be cutting down on my caffeine, and I'm trying. But that's also why from time to time I'll get like headaches, high doses of like caffeine, unregulated, right? But besides like headaches and like allergies and like, the occasional quote unquote like flu, I don't have anything like wrong with me. Praise God, all glory to God, praise God, But I've noticed how like the people around me who, this is just an observation, the people closest around me who have had, even just one shot, they either have new health complications or issues that just were never a thing, and there's no history, like medical history behind these new things that are happening to them, or whatever health complications they did have seem to have accelerated, a lot sooner and faster than they probably would have, in my opinion, had they never gotten the shot. But again, that's just my personal opinion. Again, I could be wrong. I'm not a doctor. But that's just what I've been observing ever since then. Hoorah to the purebloods. If you're pure blood in the live chat, put in the blood emoji if you never got the shot and you're a pure blood. I don't know if that's still a thing with some people, but I'll always be proud of that. I just be like, I just never did. I just never caved in. But yeah, if you are a pure blood, state so in the live chat. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are the strong. We are the proud. We are the few. Anyways, let's get back to the video.
Shows you how far gone common thought and actually thinking and having a real perspective on what's happening in the world, how far gone we are from that. It is a world that is completely under manipulation. So this story, you have to look at it and you have to say, well, what are they getting at? Because obviously every common person, their brain goes down to a delta wave when they're watching television, they're getting programmed, they're thinking this is great, not realizing, wait a minute, if the government's doing this, then the government has an agenda behind it, because the government doesn't care about me and they don't care about my children. And they've proven that time and time again. So what does this mean, right? What is this New York City bill that would limit minor social media use to 1 hour every day? Well, what this means is, how are they going to do that? How do you think they're going to limit your child in your home from being online for 1 hour a day? What do you think? The phone's going to automatically shut off? No, of course not. This is what leads to a digital ID, which leads to biometrics, of course, for starters, which means that they'll be able to track the individual who is on the specific device, and they'll be able to shut it off when they choose. Now, of course, this will be what the world looks like 5 to 10 years from now with Agenda 2030 and having full-on control over your electricity and your water in your home with all these smart devices, where the government's going to force you into rationing by telling you it has something to do with climate change and your carbon footprint. But this right here, nobody thinks.
Also, I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. Usually I don't do this, but we are trying to get to the 3,000 or 4,000 public watch hours. So it'll help if you haven't hit the like button on our stream yet. Please do so ASAP and share the stream forward with family member, friends, coworkers, neighbors, etc. It'll really help because this last week I was hoping to get on here and do a few live streams and videos, but everything going on with like my sister that needed to be there for her. So I don't regret it. I don't regret not being able to be on here last week, because she is more important and her health is more important. But it didn't allow me to be on here last week how I wanted to and how I intended it to. So, moving forward, whatever stream we do on here or videos we pump out throughout the week, it'll highly, highly, highly help us get, up there in the public watch hours, and it'll help the algorithm, boost us up in our favor. So if you haven't hit the like button already on the stream, please do so. Share the stream forward. I'll appreciate it. And also, the more we comment in the live stream, the more attention we kind of like get. We push the algorithm in our favor when there's a lot of interaction in the live chat. So the more we chat back and forth, the more, the better for us. So sorry, I just had to. I usually don't do that, but I have to. So
just go, oh, that's a good idea. My kid shouldn't be on Facebook for an hour a day. I don't know what they're doing. Well, for starters, as a parent, you should know what your kid's doing. That's your number one priority in life, is your children. Your number one priority in life should not be you. It should not be your job. It should not be things that you enjoy doing for fun, recreation. It should be focusing on your kids and policing them. That's the job of what a parent is. But of course, we live in a world where the parents are allowing the system to raise their children, which again is part of the propaganda we've seen with women getting forced into the workplace, telling you that being a mom isn't a job. And thus the government is obviously the one raising your children, getting them in the institutions at a young age. The parents just go, you know what, let's get them into school. We were in school, we're fine, even though they're not fine because they believe in a world of lies. Then the kids are just indoctrinated with a false reality of the world and the history of the world. And they're stuck in the system and they're programmed to believe that that's the truth, that we go to the moon and we do all these things that we don't actually do. And this is another way of the government saying, hey, look, we'll help raise your kids. And the parents are going, that's a great idea. Let's limit it. But they don't even think for 5 seconds, well, how would the government actually do it? So you may have heard some of these stories that are out there, right? Mark Zuckerberg, Meta, and YouTube designed addictive products that harm young people, the jury found, right? Jury in Los Angeles awards plaintiff damages of $6 million. These stories that are coming out now about Zuckerberg and Facebook and YouTube are making people addicted to their platforms, which is causing people to commit suicide and causing people that mental illness and mental health problems and leading to deep depression. If you think for 5 seconds that you could sue Facebook or you can sue YouTube and get in court, you know how many people would have sued them by now? Think about how many people were removed from YouTube. I told many of you out there a year or two ago, before I got this channel back, I attempted to find lawyers to sue YouTube for discrimination because there were certain channels with similar content that were allowed up. Obviously not, I wouldn't say they were content that's extremely similar to mine, because most of these people who talk about similar topics still believe the news is real and still feed you these stories like Epstein, et cetera, as if they're true stories. But nonetheless, I tried to find a lawyer. I had a lawyer tell me, look, you'd have a better chance of being in the KKK and suing YouTube over discrimination as a racist white person than you would be as a conspiracy theorist or anybody out there. Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency.
All right, so Geeky PDX asks, "Where's Gordon Flowers?" He's probably out doing the Lord's work, and confronting more PE those somewhere out there. So God bless him for his work wherever he's at. Huge shout out to Alex, whatever he's up to right now. Yeah, but he's not here. So
United States of America, the high risk, high reward research and development it creates through breakthrough technologies. It's all bullcrap. It's all a cover for all of this stuff. GPS, drones, stealth technology. It's all stuff that they're implementing on us. And Facebook is no different. That's why they immediately came out with movies on Facebook, how it was created, about Zuckerberg stealing the idea from these twins. They write these stories so that you.
So to Geeky PDX, this isn't his channel. This was a shared channel that him and me had for a little while back a few years ago. This is my channel, but we were sharing it for some time. So that's probably why you thought that it was his channel. But you're welcome to stay. I mean, we're going to talk about some interesting, deep stuff, a lot of meaningful topics. So if you're into meaningful, deep topics, I implore you to just stay. If you're not really into that kind of thing, it's okay. Like, you can leave. You're free to leave. Like, no one's going to hold you here. But I do recommend you staying. Everybody in here, some of them are new, some of them are old subscribers, but they will, they will they will vouch that it is an interesting stream to watch. Interesting channel altogether, but don't take my word for it. But yeah, you're welcome to stay. You don't have to leave. So
you cannot get it through your head when you hear people like me tell you that these are government creations. No, that's not a government creation. That's Zuckerberg. He did this. This is how he became big and famous. That's how Musk became big and famous. That's how this guy became big and famous. It's all make-believe, because if you knew it was government technology, you wouldn't allow it in your life. LifeLog, again, the LifeLog project created by the Pentagon, shut down February 4th, 2004. How convenient. The same day that Facebook was founded. If you look at what DARPA is and you read through exactly what LifeLog's DARPA is, you will see it's exactly what Facebook is. LifeLog was a project of the Information Processing Technologies Office of the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, of the U.S. Department of Defense. According to its bid solicitation pamphlet in 2003, it was to be an ontology-based system that captures, stores, and makes accessible the flow of one's personal experience in and interactions with the world in order to support a broad spectrum of associates, assistants, and other system capabilities. You might say, that doesn't sound like Facebook. Exactly what it is. The objective of LifeLog concept was to be able to trace the threads of an individual's life in terms of events, states, relationships, okay? Literally reading your mind, because think about what Facebook is. Not only are you telling.
So before he continues, I will say this. I think something that is interesting to note is that while all this is true, a matter of fact, it has been, I guess, leaked to the public. There's a lot of information that was leaked to the public, right? So there's really no secret that Facebook is what it is, what it's supposed to be, right? But the interesting side of things is that I feel like even if people knew from the get-go, from the very start and the birth of Facebook, I feel like if people still at that point knew in advance that it was a government psyop, I feel like they still wouldn't have cared. I feel like they would have taken it as a joke, and they would have just kind of still used it and still been active on it, whether it be just to troll the government or just altogether just because they just probably wouldn't have cared and just, well, I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not doing anything illegal. I'm not doing anything, worthy of tracking or whatever. So it is what it is. So I feel like regardless of whether the information was leaked or not, that it was a government psyop and a government project, basically, I feel like people, the the majority of people would have been like, whatever, like, and still just went about their business on social media and like Facebook and all these other platforms. So I don't know how much it would have stopped, the masses or the majority of people from like, oh, it's the government. That's what they're up to right now. Whatever. Oh, screw that. I don't know. I kind of like highly doubt it would have stopped a lot of people from like using it. That's why you keep in pocket. Yeah, that too. Yep. That's literally like the main thing they've done. And then we think, well, not we, but some people think that they're like pretty much like they're beating the system by doing certain things, right? Like VPN, like changing your IP address and all that. But that only goes so far. Just that alone is like you feel like you're in control. But again, there's only so much you can do with that. It's good, and I do recommend people, do have like a private VPN or whatever. Yeah, it does help a little bit. But at the same time, there's really no 100% way to know, like if you are allowed to be autonomous or anonymous, right? In your privacy when it comes to like the internet and all that.
Telling people where you are, who you're talking to, who you're dating, where you're living, where you're working. You're telling you what's on your mind, right? And now we see that with Instagram and Twitter X as well. Think about an event occurs, somebody goes on there, posts, oh, my mother died a year ago today, and they tell you, this is how the government gets inside your mind. Something happens politically, you go online and you post how you feel about it. This is how the government gets inside of your mind without actually being inside your mind, although we know they have the technologies to actually be inside of your mind. So LifeLook aimed to compile a massive electronic database of every activity and relationship a person engages in. Sound like Facebook? It's exactly what it is. So we have Meta and YouTube being found guilty deliberately. They're not paying a penny to a family. They're not in threat of being eliminated. What they're trying to do is convince you that we need regulations and restrictions. So, of course, every person out there is going to go, yeah, maybe we do. Maybe we are too addicted. But they don't go, well, how in the world would the government restrict it? Well, for starters, what have they done recently? Age verification, right? We've seen it on YouTube. Oh, if we think you're watching content that you shouldn't be watching, like a call for an uprising, and you're 15, we don't want you to wake up, or you're 12, we don't want you to wake up and question the crap you're learning at school. We're going to do age verification. So if you put in there that you're 12, we're going to block the channel. But if you put in there that you're 21, maybe we'll let you watch the channel, right? This is the verification process we're using now, but it's obviously a flawed system because you could put in any age you want. Who's actually putting in the age?
I was just about to say, like, that it's a good concept, right? It's a good concept, but realistically, there's so many loopholes to it, and there's so many ways to like dodge, right? Or put in some like fake confirmation, using, I don't know, like a really realistic like 4K looking picture of like an adult. I don't know. It's not good. It's not where it needs to be. There's got to be a way better like safety, quote unquote parental controls, or like age verification systems in place, because what it is now is it doesn't do anything. But yeah.
That they are, right? Perfect example. This is another way they're bringing this in. It's starting with these age verifications, but it's moving to digital ID. The stuff we've heard in Texas, conservative state. Normally, conservatives would not be on board with this type of stuff because they say it violates their rights and it gives the government too much power. But they use pornography. We can all sit here and we should just go, well, pornography shouldn't exist. It shouldn't be on the internet. People are addicted to porn. People are coming up with sick thoughts and sick ideas because of porn. We see all these murders that continue to happen, abductions of children, more so at a rate than we've ever seen before. And I'm not talking about the underground stuff with, the CIA trafficking children. I'm talking about the FedEx driver who abducts a kid, who has this impulse to go after a kid because he's seeing all this disgusting pornography on. This is what pornography is fed to. Okay, an addiction that just continues to grow, where people want to live out these fantasies that they're seeing through pornography. So we could all sit here and we should just be going, there shouldn't be pornography. It shouldn't be allowed on the internet. But instead, of course, we know the government wants that out there because it corrupts people's minds. It makes people sinners, makes people just mentally unhinged and sick and willing to commit crimes that they normally probably wouldn't have ever thought of until they saw some of these sexual acts being committed. So the government comes in and they go, well, we want to protect your kids from this stuff. And the parents go, yes, we need to do that. So they go, well, we're going to pass age verification for porn sites. And everyone goes, yes, let's do that, right? So that's how it starts. We get these age verifications in. But as all of you have seen, right, these are screenshots. If you type in age verification for websites on Google Image or Google Search, right, are you over 21? You have to meet. This isn't just for pornography. It's websites that, it could be selling guns or something like that, where they make you click yes or no. Now, we all know that anybody could just click yes who's 12 years old. And of course, they probably do. They're not sitting there going, oh, darn it, I'm not 21. I guess I got to go away, right? This is the beginning of how they bring in a digital ID by having these verifications in place first. And then, of course, we'll eventually hear stories about, oh, a 12-year-old went to a website he shouldn't have went to and killed himself. And over you hear things like that. And the government will say, well, we got to do something. The age verification isn't good enough. So what can we do? Well, we could do things like we're seeing implemented in countries like Australia. The government could begin developing a new digital ID system, right? But we have to gain your trust first, because again, there's pushback on a digital ID, just like there's pushback even on the real ID. The government knows this, so they have to come up with stories to convince you to get a digital ID in place without you realizing it's in place. So they're starting with children, by parents going, you know what? My kid will have to have some type of digital ID. That way, even if I'm away on business or I'm at work or the kid's up in his room, instead of taking, not giving the kid a phone or allowing him access to a computer, we'll let the government monitor it for us, and he only gets an hour a day, and then it'll shut off automatically, right? There'll be a little timer in the corner, but first he has to have a digital ID, so it's verified. This is my kid. This is my kid on any different device, because I'm sure there'll be stories about kids getting their parents' devices and going on the internet longer than they should. I mean, it's very easy for them to manipulate these stories to convince people out there that there needs to be something stricter in place to protect the children, because it always starts with the children. That's how they play on people's heartstrings. If they say this about adults, okay, people like me and you, and they're like, we're going to put an hour restriction on Call for an Uprising, and put an hour restriction on Joe Blow, and put an hour restriction on George Glass, and how much people go, that's not fair. I work online. I do this online. I'm not looking anything bad online. I'm doing it. You aren't going to tell me what we can do. So it starts with the children. And then it eventually spreads to the adults, because, of course, they'll do things like what we see in the UK, digital ID mandatory to work in the UK. So then adults go, when I need digital ID to work, and they go, well, it's nothing to do with you and the internet. That's just for the kids, and the ID for the kids to make sure we can protect them on the internet. The ID for you is voter fraud, immigration, right? This is what they're convincing adults of, telling them that we need digital ID for adults so we can keep immigrants out and we can stop this voter fraud and mail-in ballots, right? And what this leads to is biometrics. You've probably seen it. I've covered it a million times. All this crap every time you log in, right? I've had over 100 channels. I forget the number, but it's in the 80s of channels I've had that have been shut down by YouTube. I've constantly had to make new emails and new channels. And every time I've done that with YouTube, for those of you that don't know, you have to put a phone number in. So I've gone through burner phones. I had to get burner phones as if I'm like a drug dealer or something, trying to create a YouTube channel. I'm going to go a burner phone, because how many phone numbers can you have? You need a unique phone number for each channel you create. And then when those channels get deleted, obviously I just dismiss of the burner phone, but you can't get back into any of those Gmail accounts. I've lost all the Gmail accounts because they make you do two-step verification. That's my point, right? Two-step verification. If you don't have the phone number, guess what? You get the middle finger. You can't contact anyone at Google, right? But if you do passkey, which I'm sure every time you've gone into Amazon, every time you've gone into some of these websites, they're trying to push key codes, passkeys onto you, where you could just do a face scan or a fingerprint or a device pin, which they give you the device pin, which they don't want you to use that choice, because they want you to just go, oh, it's annoying, I can't remember my PIN number. Let me just do the facial scan every time I log into Amazon. I won't get asked these questions and bombarded to put in a phone number or a code. You may have noticed every time you log into a website now, they literally are making codes sent to your email account or to your phone. You constantly have to put in a code everywhere you go. Every time you call somebody on customer support, they're like, we're going to send a code to your phone. This is all being done by design deliberately again, to condition you into accepting a digital ID and biometrics because it's easier and more convenient, because they're annoying the crap out of everybody right now, telling you, oh, all of a sudden the internet's dangerous. It wasn't dangerous 10 years ago, even though technology is supposedly advanced. Everybody's stealing everyone's information and hacking and everything. So we have to constantly annoy you and send you codes that you have to manually type in, or you could just do biometrics. So people eventually give in to biometrics. So you might hear this story and go, well, they're not going to pass this in New York, right? They're not going to.
Which, by the way, now that you, yeah, right. Mine are all, yeah, right. You wish. But now that you bring them up, I'm very hopeful and optimistic that this coming month, hopefully, it's something that I have to, I guess, talk separately in private with him about, just to schedule. But I am looking forward to collaborating with him, and hopefully getting a few videos, like pre-recorded videos in place about certain topics, like the whole like music, right, and its power, and like frequencies and its powers, and the importance, the importance of being careful and being cautious with what we consume through music, through visuals, which is what this channel is about primarily and mainly, right? But hopefully this coming month, will it be at the mid of the month or towards the end of the month or whenever we're able to, but I do want to have him on here just to have like an in live like chat and conversation about certain topics, because he's really well versed with like the World Economic Forum and a bunch of the other like things that involve the UN and a lot of these like laws that get passed underneath us without us knowing, whatever, and just a bunch of other topics that we coincide on, within like the music industry, the movie industry, etc. And I think it would be a great conversation, and just to have him on and just have him share his wisdom and information about all that stuff would be fun. And y'all know how I am with my questions. I'm not saying I'm the greatest interviewer, or because I'm not the greatest interviewer or reporter or journalist or whatever. But from time to time, I do happen to just ask the right questions. Whether it be a gift from God or whether it be just coincidence that I'll just think a certain way and just end up asking really important questions. So it would be cool to see that interaction between Tim and me. So hopefully this month that's coming up, we can get something going. But yeah.
Pass some type of thing with an hour limit on kids because it's too much. It's already being done. Australia is doing this right now, and it's being done in Virginia. All right, here's a Virginia law. I'll show you the video where they're limiting social media screen time. Keep an eye on the, and I'm not going to sit here and judge people as parents just based off a clip from the fake news, but watch how this mom even responds. She's like, I think it's a great idea. I think it's a wonderful idea. Then they can interact with other kids. Then I have to worry about what my kids look at. How about you just be a mom? How about you be a mom, get the phone out of the kid's hand, or you actually parent your child, which means you watch what they're doing. You're aware of what they're constantly doing, so they're not getting manipulated and poisoned and corrupted by the system. But instead, of course, this is the problem. All of these parents are still children. They're not responsible. So what does that mean? It means that they're looking for Big Brother to raise their kids for them because they're lazy, they're stupid, or they're too narcissistic and distracted with worldly things to do it themselves. Here's what's happening in Virginia, and it's going to spread to all states eventually because of stories like the one that they're fabricating with Zuckerberg, Meta, and YouTube, telling you that, oh my goodness, they have to do something. People are too addicted to social media. The government wanted you addicted to social media. They got you addicted to social media. And that's part of the plan for the digital ID because you're going to have to make a choice.
And, something that it is said, right? And it is brought up from time to time, but it's something that many times is forgotten, is that, Bible prophecy does state that towards the end times, people will become lovers of themselves. And, this past, I won't say these past 2 decades in general, but for the most part, this past decade overall, we've seen like a surge, right? Like an uptick of like influencers, right? And the whole OF situation, and just a lot of people bringing themselves to be like some type of like celebrity or some type of like person of strong high influence, right? With whether it be within their community or whether it be overall in general, like online presence, however you want to see it. But people have become cold and cold and cold with like whether it be the people around them or the people who approach them, just because they've two things. They've either gotten to a point where they have become conceited and they have become just kind of like they think way too much of themselves because people have given them, right, have put them on a pedestal and have given them the attention, right, and have given them the support and have placed them up there, or they've just mentally created this belief that they just are. They believe themselves to just be more important than the other person, people around them, etc. Okay, hold on. It's iPads and peanut ones that cause all besides. See how though men and women both work full time now, and dad aren't home for at least 8 hours or more. So these kids are on their phones. Okay, so and to what Spaces Fake just said, yeah, that's true for some. That is true for some, but it's also because people have also brought themselves to that point where God has had no choice but to do that, right? God, there's certain people that kind of shoot themselves in the foot and bring themselves to a spot where God's like, all right, that's what you want to cling to. I've given you many chances to rectify your ways, but you insist on being a lover of yourself and being conceited and whatever. So guess what? I am going to harden your heart like he did with Pharaoh, right? But there's other people who, it's a different situation altogether. And to answer Monarch, okay, so I'm going to answer that in a second. Let me just take a sip of water real quick. But there is ways around that. Okay, so what you just stated is true. It is very, very true. Yes, sadly, and this problem probably started maybe somewhere around yeah, right. That problem probably started like around the 80s or 90s, but it got stronger in the mid 2000s, right? But I will say this: I believe in a family that communicates. I believe in a family structure that they have dialogues, they have conversations, and the parents, you know, they let it be known to their children, what is expected of them. And at the same time, the parents also, live what they preach, if you will, right? And kind of like show like they are the example, right? So I'll give you all an example of what I mean. So like growing up, right? Growing up in a Christian household, um, both our parents, the very humble servants of the Lord, very godly people. Just they gave their entire lives to God, the gospel, the church, right, ministry, and there was many times like before the school year would start, right, where they would sit us down, whether it would be like weeks before school started, days before school started, whatever, and they would sit us down and they would tell us in advance, like, hey, school's coming up, you're going to a new grade, you're going to a new stage of your life, right? Um, we hope, pray, and expect for you to take, this coming school year like seriously. Study as best as you can. Um, try to do your best and all these different like subject matters. If you need extra help, come to us. We'll do what we can to help y'all with your homework and like study together. But if we can't, we'll try to figure out, extra help at school so that, if you need tutoring, we'll make sure that happens. But, we do expect you guys to excel because we believe in you guys, and we think the highest of you, and we think that you are capable, right? You are smart young children, you are capable young children, etc. Um, and so these conversations happen before every school year would start, before every grade, right? And so there would be conversations about that, and there would also be conversations around like late elementary school years, early middle school years, and definitely high school years. Where also they would be like, hey, you know, you guys are growing up, you guys are going to encounter certain like things that might happen to like your friends, your neighbors, and God forbid, you as well, right? Or you might see or hear about certain situations, about adults, like other adults, men and women, um, not being appropriate with other children or other kids, your friends, etc. Right? Um, be wary, right? Be alert. If an adult does or says something inappropriate to y'all, go to your teachers, and if they don't do nothing, come to us, talk to us about it. Never feel like you can't tell us anything. Never feel like you can't tell anything to your teachers, your principal. Never feel like you're you know like we're gonna be mad at you, or that we're not gonna believe you. Just come to us, tell us if ever something does happen, so that we can step in and help however we can and supposed to. These are all conversations that we would always have before school year, right? And like these conversations that I just brought up, there was also conversations of like, hey, you know, at this hour, we expect you guys to go to sleep. If you want to step out of line and defy us or whatever, we'll take the appropriate measures, right? Disciplinary measures to rectify, so that you guys don't repeat the offense. But we do expect you guys to like be asleep at this hour, be awake at this hour, you know, and get your homework out the way, get a lot of these things like out the way, and not be distracted with like TV or the PlayStation at the time, right, etc. And so I think to prevent, or to help that type of situation that Monarch brought up, I think and believe it really is a lot of conversations with your children, right? I don't have children of my own, right? Um, but if I did, I would do things pretty much the same way that my parents did with me. Just have multiple consistent conversations with them, and just be vigilant about their usage if need be. You know, um, you keep the whatever devices in your room, like when you go to sleep. That way, they don't have any devices to be tempted to poke around at and scroll through, right? um and that helps, and helps prevent, to a certain point, the usage that they have, right? And it is something realistic. uh this is why women shouldn't be working, though. Yeah, I agree, but sadly, realistically, in this day and age, because of how costly things are, sadly, we've gotten to the point where, yes, for the most part, the both parents should work, just because it lightens the load, right? The financial load, um, on both sides, right? Um, things were different. If things were a lot more economic and affordable, yes, ideally the women would stay at the house, look over the after the kids, and make sure that they're brought up correctly, right, responsibly, etc. Um, would I give my children phones? No, I would not give my children phones. I would not give my children maybe a tablet or whatever. But again, I would have control of when and how long they would be able to use it for. Like if it's 9 o'clock and they're like whatever, 7, 8 years old, 9 years old, like at 9 o'clock, guess what? I'm taking the tablets in my room, and you have no tablet for the rest of the night until the next day, right? Simple as that. Phones, no, I would not give them phones. They would have to get their own phones when they go into college, and from that point forward, it's their responsibility what they do and what they don't do with those phones or devices. But I would never give my children phones. A tablet, and that's a maybe. I wouldn't. I don't know. I probably wouldn't even do that if I'm being honest. Um, Game consoles, it just depends. Um, if it's like a full blown like PlayStation or Xbox or whatever, um, yeah, because kids are kids. Like there's no way of getting around that. Like they're gonna want to be able to like play with their friends or whatever. And I'm a huge believer of having friends and just having that healthy childhood of like playing like with friends and all that. But it would be the same thing where I would like, okay, 9 o'clock comes around. Guess what? I'm disconnecting the PlayStation or Xbox, taking it to my room, somewhere where they don't know where it's at, you know, in a safe or something, right? And just do it that way. There's things we can do, and some people say, oh, that's a bit much, or that's you're doing too much or whatever. You're taking it too serious. Well, then you have to ask yourself, how important is the upbringing of your children? How important is it really, like, that they're brought up responsibly and not be part of the collective, right? Or the masses of the other children being dumbed down because of the excess overuse of technology. How important is that to you? You have to ask yourself, and you have to put it on a balance and say, okay, well, if I'm wanting to take it seriously, and I don't want them to be part of the crowd, and I want them to be, like, smarter, more intelligent, wiser individuals, then I do have to step up my game, and, like, being more watchful and vigilant of how much they use of these devices and technology. It's just something that it has to be done. Is there a balanced way about it? Sure. Everybody will find their own healthy balance of how to go about it. But realistically, um, Emily Rose, everybody in live chat, give Miss the lovely, beautiful, amazing, wonderful Emily Rose a round of applause with emojis of hand clapping for being here. Thank you for your presence. I appreciate it. And yes, a Kindle is like perfect because all it does is it holds digital books, and that's it. It doesn't have, to my understanding, I don't know if it's changed or what, but to my understanding, it's literally just a digital library of just books. It doesn't have any like internet access, doesn't have any browsing options. So it's like the perfect device if you're wanting to quote unquote compromise or find that perfect balance of like, well, I don't want my kid to like feel left out and not have any device, but I also don't want them to be tempted to, run into inappropriate sites, inappropriate images, inappropriate videos, inappropriate platforms. So therefore, the best, in between, perfect in between, is a Kindle. Like if you, let's say, they could be on the Kindle all night long, and guess what? All they're doing is just reading some book. Obviously, like, make sure that the books that are on the Kindle you approve of, right? But other than that, as long as you know what books are on their Kindle and you approve of them, then by all means, like, it's like the most perfect device that they can have. It keeps you at peace, and it benefits them because all they're doing is reading. So if they're reading the Bible, right? If they're reading like leadership books, if they're reading, like some type of novel or whatever, then it's a huge plus. Exactly. That's, yeah. Too many trigger words in one comment. Exactly. We have to be vigilant on what they read. I don't know about that. Space is fake. I'm not even gonna put that comment up here. I don't know. I kind of doubt that. I'd have to look into the newest version of the Kindle and what it's capable of and what it's not capable of. Because I don't know. I kind of doubt that, but who knows? Like, I guess anything is possible nowadays. But
eventually, or you're gonna have to give up your phone. You're gonna have to give up all of these things that you're now addicted to or rely on for information, like the internet. You're not gonna be able to use it unless you have a digital ID. But here is Virginia.
I know this question is constantly on your minds. Are your kids spending too much time on social media? Well, starting January 1st, Virginia state law will set limits on how much teenagers under the age of 16 can spend on social media platforms. The new law already faces legal challenges, but one of its co-sponsors says he is confident the courts will uphold what's become a growing trend, state legislatures pushing back against big tech. And he spoke with our John Barr earlier today about a law that is about to lead to some interesting conversations in Virginia households.
Megan Capella leads a house divided. She's all for limiting her kids' time on social media. Her oldest, 13-year-old son, Mike Tucker, not so much.
I think it's good to limit the amount of time that they're on social media. I don't know what videos and information they have access to, so I think it's good, to kind of cut them off. But not only that, also maybe give them some more time to spend with each other and not just have their face buried in the phones.
We shouldn't have this one thing that is like taking up and sucking up so much of people's time. It's not healthy.
Senator Schuyler Van Valkenburg introduced the bill that would become law January 1st in Virginia, limiting social media time to 1 hour per platform per day for teens under 16, unless those teens get parental consent to get more screen time.
We are going to see kids on these apps less, and we are going to see them more engaged with their academics, with their friends, or whatever they're doing. And is there going to be bumps along the road? 100%, in the implementation of it, in the enforcement of it. But I think, like with the cell phone bans, we don't want perfect to be the enemy of the good, because we know that good can be really good.
Already there are legal challenges to a law not even on the books. An organization called NetChoice, representing social media companies like Meta and Google, filed a lawsuit in November, claiming limiting social media, even for kids, was a denial of their free speech rights. The Constitution leaves the power to decide what speech is appropriate for minors where it belongs, with their parents, the lawsuit states. For her part, Megan Capella was shocked, as we were, to find out how much her son Mike uses his phone each day.
Right here.
What is it?
Daily average 11 hours and 43 minutes.
11 hours and 43 minutes? Parents concerned about eye pop.
see, and it goes back to what I said earlier. Ideally, the healthiest balance on the average person, whether you're young, but someone like my age or someone old, 70% God seeking, Bible studying, Holy Spirit seeking, 70% of that, right? Mostly pretty much just building on that personal relationship with God, God the Father, the Holy Spirit, and the Word, right? And then 30%, everything else. 30% goes to spending time with family, loved ones, friends, sharing stuff on social media, doing this kind of thing, etc. But, a lot of problems would be rectified if we spent more time with God the Father, right? And more time in prayer, more time in the Bible, more time sharpening each other, right? As believers in Christ, as Christ followers, and then like if there's anything left, just make sure you make the best of it with the people that you love and care about, and obviously, you know, yeah, like share the gospel right on social media and share whatever information you have, right, where it leads to the truth. And as I always say, like share whatever information we have on the truth wherever it leads, and you just allow people to make their own decisions and draw up their own conclusions, right? But you just share the information that you find. Um, yeah, I know, man. I know, and it's sad. Um, but again, there's ways around it. It's just, again, the question is, at the end of the day, how important is that to you? Like, because if protecting your children in that aspect, if it truly really is a high priority, then you will step in and take action where you need to. If you gotta keep the devices in your room from 9 p.m. to the next day, then do that. Like if you have to like ask your child, like, hey, let me see your device, let me see the history, let me see what you've been watching, what you've been like listening to, then do that. But the point is it really it's like the factors that are all involved in this topic is just communication, conversations, vigilance. What up, hamster? God bless you. God bless you. Thanks for being here. Um, yeah, that too. That too. I mean, technically, I wasn't. Mm, Maybe I saw a little bit of that with like my cousins, but I was already part of that era where it's like no, you answer the phone, like, but you answer it properly. Oh, Quinones residents, who's speaking, or whatever, some crap like that. Um, you had to be all proper. You couldn't just be like, "What up?" Because then it would be like a pastor or a doctor or something, and it would just look bad. So they would teach you to be proper about it. Yeah, that too, or a pen, pencil or pen to write down the number, information of the person, leave the message, et cetera, et cetera. Um, yeah, like I would say the last few years that I lived in Ay Bonito, up in the mountains in PR, we still had a house phone. Like legit, we still had a house phone, because there was still that tendency of like only giving your personal number to like core people, and literally for anything or everyone else, right, that you weren't familiar with, you would give them the house phone or something like that, right? They were still in that good habit. It's a healthy habit to have. Like, not everyone should have your personal number. I believe in just like giving a personal number, especially nowadays. Especially after everything I've gone through, and put other people through the past few years. But I'm a high believer in only the people in your circle, in your close circle, should have like your phone number. Family, church friends, or the church that you're actively attending, and even then, not everyone in the church should have your number. Like the pastor, right? Counselors, etc. But not everybody should have your personal number. Um, there's a funny story about a pager that I think I've told on here before, but I'll say it again, just because it is funny. I was like maybe, I don't know, like somewhere between 6 to 8 years old, and I remember I visited my uncle. Well, like my brother and me, we visited my uncle who lived like down the sidewalk from us. This is way back like in West Palm Beach, I think. And we lived in the same apartment complex. He just lived down the sidewalk. Um, and I don't know what happened. I don't know what I was thinking, but I just I was playing with his beeper, and I guess I took it, whether it be knowingly or just unknowingly, whatever. And I ended up taking it to elementary school with me. And I remember, like, I was in class, and that thing started going off. For those of you who know how beepers work, well, you know how beepers work, and that thing was going off throughout the class, and the teacher was like, what is that sound? Like, what, And then she found out that I had like my uncle's beeper on me, and she said, "Oh, what are you doing with this?" And I don't know. I was just as dumbfounded as she was. Honestly, I don't know. Like, I just forgot about it. And the next thing you know, my uncle shows up at school like a few minutes later, and he was both pissed, but he also couldn't help but laugh, because it was like, bro, like, what are you doing with my paper? Like, what drove you to take this with you to school? So he was like mad because he had a lot of missed messages, and what have you. But he just couldn't stop laughing because he was like, he couldn't believe it. He was like, this is crazy. Like, I had to drive out, like, whatever amount of minutes it was to get to school. And it was because I don't remember if the teacher reached out to him, or they reached out to like my parents, and my parents gave his number. I don't remember how it happened, but I remember he showed up, and he was just like, yeah, he was annoyed. He was like mad, but he was just like laughing at the same time. Like, it's crazy. It was a crazy story. But yeah, that's the beeper story. Um, yeah, and seriously, no one should give out their personal number willy-nilly. But anyways, I digress. That was a long tangent on that. Sorry, I apologize.
Screen times like that will soon have control in Virginia. Starting January 1st, they can either keep the 1 hour time limit or provide consent for more screen time, meaning a law that's already being challenged in court is sure to be challenged in households across the Commonwealth. For 7 News, I'm John Barr.
John, thank you so much for that. And now it is your turn to weigh in on this topic. Take out your phone and use the camera to scan that code on your screen so you can jump in on this poll and share your thoughts here. The question is, do you support legislation limiting social media use for minors? Yes or no? And you will see, of course, the real-time updates as you vote right now. More than half, 56% say yes, 44% of people say no, they don't support limiting time of kids on social media apps. So we're going to keep checking back.
This is an interesting poll, because it looks too close. I mean, I'm glad that most people said yes, but I'm curious to see and understand the logic on the opposite side. Is it because they think that, oh, that's interference of their freedoms? Like, is that what it is? Like, do a good amount of people think that this idea and this legislation, or this step that they're trying to take, would be truly taking away like minors, like, free? First of all, technically, and I'm saying this as carefully as I can, because I know some people, they have a different opinion, they have a different mindset, but technically, minors don't have any freedom. Like, they're let me rephrase. They shouldn't have any freedoms because they're minors. You know what I mean? Like, a minor is just that. They should be minding their own business, right? And I know that was dumb. But on a serious note, like, minors is like, they are here to like learn from their parents, right? All the right and good healthy habits. They're here to respect their elders, be responsible, be brought up in the Lord, right? If and when possible. I know it's not possible for everybody, but if and when possible, definitely do it. But the freedoms that they have are like little to none. Like, Like, for example, freedom of speech. As with adults, sure, say what you want, right? But be prepared for the consequences if and where you say something that isn't received well, right? Or if something is said out of line or in a disrespectful form, like be ready to, receive the implications and consequences to what you said, right? Because of freedom. That applies to both children and adults, like human beings in general. Like, yes, we have freedom of speech, but with that freedom of speech also comes consequences, for inappropriate things that we might say. Or, and I'm not saying that's right. I'm not saying it's justified. I'm just saying in a realistic, real life situation, like, I don't know, like if you're just walking down the street and you saw someone, with I don't know, just like extremely overweight, and you went out of your way because of your freedom of speech, like, oh, like move over fatso, or move over, like, insert word here, right? Just move over, or you like being like mad disrespectful. Sure, you're free to say that to that person, right? Because of freedom of speech. But guess what? That person might punch you in the face retrospectively because they didn't like the way you talked to them, and they didn't receive it well, and they felt disrespected. So guess what? Now you get punched in the face because of like freedom of speech. So, the same thing applies to like children. Sure, you have certain small liberties and freedoms here and there, but along with those certain freedoms or whatever, be prepared for the consequences, right? But at the same time, though, children and minors really don't need lots of freedoms and what's the word I'm looking for? It again, little to none, because they're just there to learn from us and be brought up correctly, respectfully, as decent human beings. And there's rules and guidelines, and there's certain upbringings, and what's the word I'm looking for? Uh, Man, it's like a similar thing to like upbringing, morals and values. There we go. Certain morals and values that are to be instilled in these kids and children. And guess what? You know, their freedoms are limited, and cut really short because they're there to, again, not to sound like a broken record, they're there to learn from us and be brought up correctly as decent human beings. And in order for that to work, guess what? The freedoms have to be extremely limited, or almost non-existent. If when they're 21 and over and they want to do their own thing, at least you can say the same thing that my parents told me, is like, we've brought you up, up until this point, we've brought you up as a decent human being with good, solid morals and values. What you want to do moving forward as an individual, as an adult individual, that's up to you. But we did our part. We brought you up correctly. We brought you up in the knowledge of the Lord. We brought you up in the healthiest morals and values. What you want to do beyond us and outside of the house or whatever, that's up to you. But we did our part. So that's, I don't know. That's just my opinion. But it's the digital ID that has to come with. Okay. So yeah, let me press play again.
And on these numbers.
I will be right back. I have to use the little boys' room, but I'll be right back. And then around 7 p.m., I will leave the stream running with other videos or whatever. And then when I'm done eating dinner, I'll come back and continue the stream normally. But I will keep it going just for the public watch hours, trying to get to the public watch hours as fast as possible. So that's why when I do go eat, I'm gonna like just let the stream ride with other videos that I found throughout the week. And then when I'm done eating, I'll come back and continue things as normal. And probably, depending on how things go and how much interaction that there is in the stream, I'll keep it going until like somewhere between 8 and 9, 8, 9 p.m. around there. But yeah, like I said at the beginning of the stream, if things are super interactive and everybody's like chatting a lot and there's a good conversation going, it could go beyond 9 p.m. I just want to try to be responsible with my time. And also I want to be considerate of everybody else's time too. And also I work tomorrow. So, but anyways, I digress. I'm going to hit play, use the bathroom, come back, and then 7 p.m. I'll eat dinner.
Numbers throughout the evening if you want to weigh in there.
And of course, you see the poll in the video. Do you support legislation limiting social media for minors? 56% say yes, and they'll continue to grow because the more fake stories they put out there about people killing themselves because of social media, the more people will support legislation that limits social media use for minors. And the reality of the matter is we shouldn't have social media. It's gay. We don't need it. And I'm not counting places like YouTube where you can get different information, but we know obviously YouTube has been fully compromised. Okay. And you go, oh, what about Rumble? Look, we know a lot of these influencers are bought and paid for. Are these guys that come out of nowhere, the Tim Pools and just the clown world that continues to talk to you about these news events like they're real, like Charlie Kirk or the Trump assassination or these school shootings that happen. They don't talk about government, deep state, and how it really works and how the news is actually a simulation. They carry out these black op events by filming them, sometimes on a green screen, sometimes using AI. And then they tell you that these events actually occurred. And then these guys talk about it like they're real instead of saying, hey, you know, our whole perspective of the world is blurred. And that's why we're all divided, because we're being manipulated constantly by this propaganda machine. So, of course, as we go, people are going to agree more and more that we need legislation instead of just eliminating social media. And this is where the domino effect comes in, right? The chain reaction. One event leads to more, right? Like we see going on in Australia, right? Because Australia has the ban on social media. But what are some of the things that they're doing around it? Well, we cannot let ourselves be bullied. News Corp boss pushes for social media reform because there's too much misinformation, which means people like me, right? They consider us misinformation if you critically think or question their fake, bogus news, which everyone should question because the stuff they show us is so fake, including these moon landings that are so bogus, where you can see the green screens being used. And all they have to do is come out and say, oh, these people are conspiracy nuts. And that type of mind control works on them because they've been programmed to think tinfoil hat, lives in their grandma's basement, all these stereotypes. They dismiss actual evidence that we all present versus the absolute nonsense that they show us on the news. But this is another story, right? The way kids are getting bullied online, leading to more and more restrictions, and then the government having control over who is saying what online.
Cybersecurity Minister Claire O'Neill. Just about every problem that we have as a country is either being exacerbated by or caused by social media. And we're not seeing a skerrick of responsibility taken by these companies. And why is this happening? Because on social media, bad behaviour is good for business. The social media giants, they profit from evil videos. They profit from bullying. They profit from online con artists. They profit from glamorising eating disorders. In the words of a British father who, like Wayne, lost their child to suicide, they monetise misery. In Meta's case, according to a recent report in the UK's Sunday Times magazine, that profit is a staggering $136 million every single day. It's understandable that we focus on the content that is causing the harm, but the other truly damaging aspect of all this is the partnership between the content and the conduct of the businesses that distribute it. The content and the conduct are partners in crime. We know this is the case from Facebook whistleblower Frances Haugen. She says that Facebook knew its algorithms were damaging teenagers' mental health. It knew that posts instigated ethnic violence in countries like Ethiopia, and it failed to curb misinformation before the Capitol Hill riots on January 6. Around the world, people are demanding that the days of the digital Wild West have to stop. The algorithms and those that operate them in total secrecy are the biggest villains. It's time we made them accountable.
Right, and then from there, where you hear them in Australia saying we have to follow, everyone needs to be held accountable. So you're going to be arrested if you're saying something online that's we consider misinformation, which means if you're questioning what we're doing, you're going to be arrested because you're convincing some other kid out there that what we're doing is wrong, and that's a crime, right? And then you get the other guys at the World Economic Forum, this scumbag, talking about ending anonymity online. See how this whole thing works with dominoes? Right? You go from the story about limiting time online, getting a digital ID in place. Then, oh, well, with a digital ID in place, you'll have to have a digital ID to upload. Then we'll decide if what people are uploading is poisonous or toxic or not, like questioning the vaccine, which we were all right about. We're not even questioning, just 100% proving that it was poison. Well, they took all of us offline for years and years and then let us come back, right? Because, oh, well, we're in a different time now. And of course, we're all back online because they're having AI trained off of us. But nonetheless, we moved to that and bullying online to stuff like this, where they say being anonymous online should be illegal. We need to know what everyone's doing and saying online so we can hold them accountable and arrest them for thoughts.
I propose putting an end to anonymity on social media. In our countries, no one can walk the streets with a mask on their face or drive a car without a license plate. No one can send packages without showing an ID or buy a hunting weapon without giving their name. And yet, we are allowing people to roam freely on social networks without linking their profiles to a real identity. This paving the way for misinformation, hate speech, and cyber harassment, because it is facilitating the use of bots and it is allowing people to act without being held accountable for their actions. Such an anomaly cannot continue. In a democracy, citizens have the right to privacy, not to anonymity or impunity, because with those two, social coexistence would be impossible. That is why I believe we must push forward the principle of pseudonymity as the functioning element of social media and force all these platforms to link every user account to an European digital identity wallet. This way, citizens could use nicknames if they want, but in the case of a crime, public authorities would be able to connect those nicknames to real people and hold them responsible. Because accountability is not an obstacle to freedom of speech. It is an essential complement to it. On social media user, or it's much better to say, one social media user, one real ID. This is the only way to really ensure that minors do not access inappropriate content, that people who commit crimes are banned or prosecuted from social networks, and that the millions of fake profiles that exist and influence the public conversation are removed.
Right, it's the end of anonymity. And of course, this was even discussed in the Bill Gates documentary with Lady Barfbag, where they're openly talking about, oh, this person says that online. We need to put an end to it because we need to control the information flow, because if anyone out there is critically thinking and questioning us, they should be thrown in jail because they're a threat to our democracy.
I think it's not something that we can just blame social media for not making sure that they have better practices.
Well, we made it so easy to just post anything, so somebody who, on the playground would have been rude and nasty. A few dozen kids hear that, that's not great, but hopefully they'll grow up. But you're sitting in your own home. It's just, you just sit there and type.
What I think right away is, if enough people were on the playground shouting at each other at the same time, I feel like someone might calm it down.
On that playground, if, things go too out of control, there was some adult who would show up. And even when you attack somebody on the playground, you can see their face. Whereas when you're sitting there typing and you're feeling like you're so clever, you don't see that human reaction that makes you think twice about it. And even when you attack somebody on the playground, you can see their face. Whereas when you're sitting there typing and you're feeling like you're so clever, you don't see that human reaction that makes you think twice about it.
And then you might say, well, that's never going to really happen. But it is. It is, and it's already happening because China's the blueprint, right? Talked about it a million times. The Orwellian system in China. I showed you Black Mirror. Remember Black Mirror, the social credit score? This is what it looks like. This is what they want. Oh, you said these things online. Oh, you didn't like these pictures. Oh, you gave somebody a low review, right? Think about the review system with Uber, with everything else, Yelp, right? We're all being conditioned into a system that looks like this. And then if they decide your behavior isn't good, well, you're not going to be able to board a plane.
And that the chick who played Gwen Stacy in the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man franchise. I could be wrong. I don't even know. I don't know their names. But her face looks like the one that played Gwen Stacy in the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man franchise. I'm not sure. Liz?
Yes, it's great to see you. You too.
You too.
How's Pancakes? He's hilarious.
I am so sorry. That flight is canceled.
No. So when is the next flight?
Yeah, they're all kind of full. There's one standby seat on another plane leaving tonight. That's reserved for members of our Prime Flight program. You got to be a 4.2 or over to qualify.
Oh, I'm a 4.2.
I'm afraid you're actually a 4.183.
But it's so close.
There's just nothing I can do.
Christ, I mean, surely.
I'm going to have to ask you to moderate your language then.
Can you call the supervisor?
I cannot do that.
Can you just call the supervisor?
I cannot do that. Okay, that's profanity. We're zero tolerance on profanity.
I'm sorry. It's just.
Yeah, I have to serve the next customer.
Help me. I'm so sorry.
I've called security.
Oh, no, please don't do that. I'm a 5-star on you.
Issue, Your Honor?
Intimidation and profanity.
Oh, I was just trying to.
It's a temporary measure.
No.
The score reverts to normal in 24 hours.
No, but I need it now.
We recommend you avoid negative feedback at this time.
I'm on double damage.
Please, remove yourself from the airport immediately.
Well, of
The
course, that
smile.
looks like hell on earth, but most people would say,
The way he's like, remove yourself from the, but he said it smiling. That was crazy. Which is funny to think about because that's technically how we were trained to deal with people at the airport as TSA. Is like, don't be rude. Don't cuss no one out. Don't frown. Just whatever you say it with a smile, right? So I thought that was like a funny full circle back to that experience. But anyways, it is 7, so I am gonna go eat dinner, and I am gonna let this video that we're watching ride, and then I'll try to I won't rush myself eating, but I will try to be as fast as I can. And then come back and continue the stream. But yeah, I will be back in a few.
well, that'll never happen because most people aren't educated on what's actually happening in the world. And people who think they are only being educated by control information, left, right, shills that are out there that keep them stuck in the left, right paradigm, where the only news they report on is something that the other side is doing. And they go, oh my gosh, the other side wants to approve a bill that allows transgenders to read to kids in school. Oh, and then the other side wants, more gun, to be allowed to have guns that have larger capacities. These ridiculous stories that they just stay stuck in. When you look at China, everybody united the hell going on over there. But you could see over in China with this social credit system they have that looks just like out of Black Mirror, that the people are under such deep mind control, just like we see now, that they actually like it. They're like, this is great because they think it's like a video game. Ooh, I get rewarded for good behavior. I can get an extra stick of celery because I agreed it was okay for the government to shoot some civilians in the head because they disagreed with the government deciding that they wanted to take their children out of their household because the government decided they would only have one kid and not two. Yeah, that's what that's life in China, folks. And this is what it looks like.
They're constantly monitored by facial recognition cameras that are able to instantly put a face to a name. Now, the Chinese are also ranked, given a mark out of a possible 950 points. A score in the 700s is considered good. Around the 500 mark is not. For now, the number is a sort of bank credit rating, keeping track of everyone's spending habits.
I think being ranked is a good thing. A society has to have rules.
It forces us to be well behaved.
It may seem scary, but it's just like that here. We're used to it. And anyway, we don't have a choice.
But in an effort to keep all of its subjects in line, Beijing is taking the system a step further in 2020. It's aggregating data gathered by banks, private companies, and the state to rate if someone's a good or bad citizen.
By using the most data possible, the so-called big data, the system will play an important role in rebuilding a moral society.
The state will go over every detail of a person's life with a fine-tooth comb: their financial situation, spending habits, career, even behavior on social media. Criticizing the government online or displaying outward signs of wealth is a no-no. On the other hand, praising the party or giving blood increases your social credit. Xiaowen Wang is a model citizen. She lives in Nanjing, a testing ground for social ranking. Married with a child, she has a job in a retirement home, no debts, and she wouldn't dream of jaywalking.
As a good citizen, I respect the rules of the road. If I didn't, I'd lose points on my social credit.
In theory, everything can be taken into account in the social score, even the most innocuous errands like supermarket shopping. When Xiaowen Wang makes an electronic payment, her purchases tell the state a lot about her. Buying cigarettes would count against her. On the other hand, nappies show she's an attentive mother. Beer could indicate alcoholism. She'd be better off buying water. In this pilot city of 8 million people, there are only 18,000 model citizens. For Xiaowen Wang, there are perks to be had, such as paying half price for the bus.
I get discounts for all public services, even at museums. And the library is free for me, thanks to my score.
A good score brings benefits, but people with low scores lose rights. The cinema names and shames people considered untrustworthy, plastering their details, even their addresses, across big screens.
It's a matter of principle. Those people have to be condemned.
Those people aren't honest, so they have to pay the price.
It's only right to pay your debts. You have to blacklist those that don't.
The Supreme Court has created a blacklist for so-called bad citizens, those whose ratings have dropped to 0. On it are companies, but also 23 million people to date. Among them is this journalist Liu Hu. He got a little too close to uncovering corruption among high-profile party members. After being sued for defamation by the subject of a story he'd written, he was blacklisted. He only realized when he tried to buy a train ticket and was told he was banned from traveling.
That tells me I'm still on the blacklist.
Punished because he's been branded untrustworthy by the state.
Once you're blacklisted, you can no longer get a bank loan, start a business, buy an apartment, or even send your children to a private school.
Yu Hu is among a tiny minority of people who have dared to criticize the system, which some are calling a digital dictatorship.
I worry because I think many people like me will be deprived of individual freedoms, and all of us will live with restrictions of one kind or another.
After our meeting, Yu Hu learned that his name had been removed from the blacklist, but he still has a long way to go if he doesn't want to languish at the bottom of the social credit hierarchy.
So again, all of these things that are being done with digital ID and then with bullying and misinformation, it's all about behavioral control. All these psychopaths that we constantly see, like Larry Ellison, who, looks like he literally, look at this guy's face. This is Leatherface in real life. You don't need to go to Texas to see Leatherface, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. This guy looks like Leatherface. All these guys, Larry Ellison, Larry Fink, all of them constantly Palantir, right? All of them talking about what? The things that they're doing with technology are ultimately about being able to control how you behave. Them telling you what's right from wrong, and then you acting accordingly. So if they tell you that Jesus is bad and the Bible is wrong, and you believe in the Bible, you're going to be punished for it. You're going to live the way they tell you to live, because what they're doing with technology ultimately is about behavioral control. And that's what the social media score and credit system brings in. Listen to it out of these scumbags' mouths themselves.
Citizens will be on their best behavior because we're constantly recording and reporting everything that's going on. And it's unimpeachable. The cars have cameras on them. All right, I think we have a squad car here someplace. But those kind of applications using AI, if we can use AI, and we're using AI to monitor the video, by the way, and the camera's always on. You don't turn it on and off. And by the way, the way you turn it on, you can't turn it on. I'm going to the bathroom. Oracle, I need 2 minutes to take a bathroom break, and we'll turn it off. The truth is, we don't really turn it off. What we do is we record it so no one can see it, but no one can get into that recording without a court order.
These are going to have to change, and this is one thing we're asking companies. You have to force behaviors, and at BlackRock we are forcing behaviors. What we are doing internally is, if you don't achieve these levels of impact, your compensation could be impacted. Okay, you have to force behaviors, and if you don't force behaviors, whether it's gender or race or just any way you want to say the composition of your team, you're going to be impacted. Behaviors are going to have to change, and this is one thing we're asking companies. You have to force behaviors, and at BlackRock we are forcing behaviors.
What we do is we use what legal scholars call predicate-based search. So we would look at you, and then we would go out and say, oh, there's lots of different things in your life that may be indicative of someone involved in bad behavior.
Then we were asked if we were willing to supply our product philanthropically, basically for free. And I was very in favor of this because our primary mission is, in fact, to set a global standard for the world for behavior.
Well, we built PG, which single-handedly stopped the rise of the far right in Europe. We built Foundry, which was used to distribute the COVID vaccine and saved millions of lives globally.
The central question, in my view, of civil liberties is how, it's not if the government has data, because let's assume the government has as much data as a health insurance company. It's how is that data being used? Is it being used in a way that's lawful? Meaning, do they have the right to use it? And is it being migrated into places it's not allowed to be used? We allow the enforcement of rules that the government ought to enforce. And by the way, my experience is they want to enforce, or at the very least know they need to enforce. And if it's framed in that way, then you can have what is the ultimate Silicon Valley.
So that's the domino effect. That's where it starts. But people's minds don't connect the dots. They hear a story about social media and they go, yeah, social media is bad. Yeah, kids shouldn't be on there for more than an hour a day. When we were kids, we were outside running around and playing. Well, why don't you be a parent and not give your kid a phone, not give your kid a computer, not give your kid an iPad, have them play sports, have them interact with people. Oh, because what? Because the kids see you on your phone 24/7, right? So because the kid sees you on your phone 24/7, then they want to be on the phone 24/7 because that's how it works, right? The kids are influenced by the parents, and the parents throw them into the school system. And even if the parents don't get their kid a phone and they're like, I'm not going to do that, you're still putting your kid in the institution where they're exposed to lies, but what else are they exposed to? They're exposed to other kids who are getting phones from their parents and devices, and then they want it. And whether they're like, well, I'm still not going to buy it for them. Well, they're going to be on the other kids' devices or getting influence from these things or finding other ways to get on social media, et cetera, because they're going to feel like they're not fitting in because everybody's got Instagram and all this stuff and taking pictures of themselves. And this is the new norm. And if you don't have it, you're weird, right? That's the upside down that we're living in right now. And the domino effect from that has nothing to do with protecting children from social media. They knew that it was going to be addicting. They wanted it to be addicting. This was a way into your minds. This was a way into social grooming and social influence, but they knew it would lead to a digital ID because they can get these suckers, these parents aren't doing the job themselves, to say, hey, we need to do this. If my kid's looking at porn, I want it restricted. I can't do it myself because I can't be around 24/7 because the government's made it so all the parents have to be at work 24/7. So they could jump on our computer at home without us being there. What can we do? Well, we could give them an ID code, each kid. That way, when they want everyone to have an ID code when they go online. That way we can monitor how much time you're spending online. We'll let adults have 6 to 10 hours and kids under 16, 1 hour. And it'll just shut off. And they'll see a little clock, and we'll restrict that they can't go on porn sites because we have age verification and they can't go on these sites. Everyone will cheer. Like, that's great. But they could learn online for a little bit, but they can go on social media for an hour. And that's about it. They can't go on porn sites. They can't go on sites I don't want them on. Yay, right? And then they go, okay, well, what about the adults? Well, it's working with the kids, it's protecting the kids. The kids are healthier with the house. Well, The adults want to be told what to do. So we'll convince the adults in other ways. We'll tell them that we got Mexicans all over the place and we got immigrants coming in on boats from Cuba and we've got voter fraud. The Democrats mail in fake things without having to prove they're American citizens. We need a digital ID for you. And then all these suckers who think their vote actually counts, which of course it doesn't, say we do need a digital ID because I'm getting sick and tired of losing these elections because the news is telling me, remember, these are the same people who say the news is fake, but all the stories in the news talk about, CNN denying election interference if it has something to do with Democrats winning. But if Republicans win, then CNN will promote it and say, oh, the Republicans cheated and it was election fraud, right? All being programmed into accepting a digital ID, which then leads to that social credit hell that I showed you. Ending anonymity online, who's saying what online, that's going to be criminalized. Of course, hate speech, questioning the synagogue of Satan in Israel, questioning or saying anything that might be considered anti-gay or transphobic. All these things will have you prosecuted. Not persecuted, prosecuted. You will be going to prison longer than a rapist because of your thoughts. And they'll end anonymity online. Then they'll have their whole social credit system in place. And the people cheer for it because they've been raised on video games. They'll love the fact that you get some little allowances from the government if you behave. So when the government says, oh, you had 2 kids, you're only allowed to have 1. Well, we're going to take that one of the kids. You could pick which one. We'll let you pick which kid that we're going to take out of your household. This is true in China. You have 1 kid per household. We'll let you pick which one. They go, okay, we're going to pick this one. All right. At least they let us pick. They took the one that we didn't like as much or whatever psychotic thing they decide to do. And then you go along with it. And then your social credit score will go up because you didn't push back on the government taking your kid and you'll be happy. And they'll say, look, you can have a free, we'll give you a free night at the Ramada for you and your wife, a little romantic getaway. And you'll go, yay. Instead of going, wait a minute, what am I living in? What kind of upside down? All through manipulation and mind control, being distracted constantly, not paying attention to stuff, falling in love with technology. And this is how we get where we are, not raising your kids yourself, letting them be raised by the institution, then having the institution and Big Brother parent your kids for you because you're too distracted being on your phone. That's the irony of it all, right? Kids are on social media too much. Well, I guarantee the parents we see in these clips are on their phones longer than the kids. That's how they're influenced with the kids. So they're not even looking in the mirror going, oh yeah, maybe I should limit it and be a good, example for my kids. No, they want Big Brother to step in, which tells you where we're at in society. We got government overreach, which is beyond belief, which after COVID, you would have thought common sense would have kicked in and people would have said, no more of this, right? But now the government's going, oh, we're going to do this for you, help your kids out. And these people are going, that's a great idea. Instead of looking in the mirror going, maybe I have a problem with social media and all this stuff. Maybe I'm the problem. Maybe I need to parent my kids. Now they're going, let the government parent my kids, right? And then eventually let the government take your kids out of the household. And this is how global communism really spreads. So it all starts with stories like that in New York. And it really never ends from there because the domino effect eventually leads to the social credit hell system that they're building out. I thank everybody for being here. Hope you're all doing well. God bless you and your families as always.
along the ceiling, it will be quite time enough to talk about the plurality of worlds. In other words, the plurality of worlds, if there's supposed to be many, many ball planets spinning around in this infinite universe, that only makes sense in the heliocentric spinning ball cosmology. It's been shown that the Earth is flat and motionless, so the idea that there are many other Earth-like planets out there, or there are many other ball habitations spinning around in the sky, is ridiculous. You can see with a telescope that the things that they call planets look exactly like the things that they call stars, and before they started calling them planets, they were called stars. They were called wandering stars. If the planets are supposed to be masses like Earth, why is it that their starlight is often brighter than the other stars, which they claim are suns? Why would they have light at all? It's the same like with the moon. They claim to land on the moon, and they show this desert planet, but we look up at the moon and see a shining light coming from this disk. If the moon is so bright, shining with light like that, why weren't the astronauts constantly illuminated by this huge light that shines all the way 238,000 miles to the Earth? But then when they're on the moon, it's just dirt. When you look at these things through an actual telescope, they just look like disks of light. They don't look at all like suns or like ball planets. And when you take a good look at what NASA is feeding you, it's CGI. All the ball planets, every shot that NASA shows of Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto. Did I miss any? All these things, all their pictures of these planets are clearly made on a computer. They are CGI, computer graphic images, computer generated images. So the idea that there are many other spinning ball planets out there in the sky is false. NASA doesn't do science. NASA does science fiction. Heliocentricity is not science. It's science fiction. Geocentricity is what you actually experience. It's what actually happens. The flat Earth is what you actually experience. You do not experience a curve. You do not experience motion. You don't feel yourself moving 1,000 miles an hour. The stars don't change their relative positions. They're fixed because they're revolving around us just as it appears. Think about it. If we were revolving around the sun and the sun revolving around the galaxy and the galaxy revolving around the universe, guess what? All the stars would change their position every single night. You wouldn't be able to catch the same star trails 2 consecutive nights, let alone for hundreds and hundreds of years, not changing positions. If you had those 4 different motions, everything spiraling around each other, you can't have the North Star fixed and all the other stars fixed in their constellations revolving perfect circles around it. Can't happen. You couldn't even have perfect circle star trails. They would be spirals. They would be awkward spirals. They would be like elliptical spirals. So, point is, Earth is not a planet. It's a plane. They just added a T to the end and fooled everyone. And then they started saying, there's 1 septillion other planets too, just like Earth. And then once they got people believing that, now they're saying, and there must be life on some of those. So there's aliens. And now they're preparing you for aliens. That's what's coming next. They want you to believe in aliens. They want you to believe that there's some off-world enemy or friend that's going to come here to save or destroy us, and they're going to use that as a false flag event to further their agenda. It's been in the works for a long time, so this is a big one. You could even say that this is the purpose of the Ball Earth deception. What's the purpose? To create a world religion. What do you think NASA is? What do you think the spinning ball Earth, universe, Big Bang, evolution bullshit is? It's a religion. People believe this shit and it doesn't exist. So, well, why did they lie about the flat Earth, Eric? Because they're making you believe in a bullshit science fiction religion. That's why. You don't even know that you're in a cult. You don't know that you've been brainwashed. and how deeply you've been brainwashed. You've been brainwashed so much that instead of thinking that you come from a intelligent consciousness, you think that you come from nothing and monkeys. They brainwash you to think that you and Earth aren't special or unique, but that there's just infinite Earths and worlds and beings, and humans are not the most intelligent of the intelligent designers' designs. They want you to believe that there's some aliens out there more intelligent. They want you to believe that they're more intelligent than you, because only they have the Hubble Space Telescope, and only they have all the technology necessary to tell you that, oh, stars are really suns, and the wandering stars are planets. And, oh, we found water on Mars with our little probe rover thing. Check out these CGI images we sent back on our million-mile internet connection that we have, but you don't, and you've never seen anywhere.
This game, you're not ready for it.
You're in the middle of this beautiful sci-fi environment, and you're seeing intrigue, the espionage, the alliances form, the power that shifts around, and it's amazing to watch.
Simple actions can have massive effects.
Think about how effective this religion is. It's worldwide. It is a world religion. They have successfully created a worldwide religion and made people the whole world over believe in it. They teach it to them in government schools, and they're so indoctrinated into this religion, they have no idea that it's a religion. That's the point. They call it science. They have no idea that they're in a cult being brainwashed by a bunch of CGI pictures and fairy tales. So why the flat earth deception? It's the most successful religious indoctrination in history. That's why. Around the turn of the 20th century, in order to save the dying heliocentric model from the conclusive experiments of Airy, Michelson, Morley, Gale, Sagnac, Cantor, Nordmeyer, and others, Albert Einstein created his special theory of relativity, a brilliant revision of heliocentrism, which in one philosophical swoop banished the universal ether from scientific study, replacing it with a form of relativism which allowed for heliocentrism and geocentrism to hold equal merit. If there is no absolute etheric medium within which all things exist, then hypothetically one can postulate complete relativism with regard to the movement of two objects, such as the Earth and Sun. At the time, the Michelson-Morley and Michelson-Gale experiments had already long measured and proven the existence of the ether, but the Church of Heliocentrism was not to be deterred. Einstein never tried to refute the experiments scientifically, choosing instead to object philosophically with his notion of absolute relativity, claiming that all uniform motion is relative and there exists no absolute state of rest anywhere in the universe. Nowadays, just like the theory of heliocentrism, Einstein's theory of relativity is accepted worldwide as gospel truth, even though he himself admitted geocentrism is equally justifiable. Albert Einstein said, "The struggle so violent in the early days of science between the views of Ptolemy and Copernicus would be quite meaningless. Either coordinate system could be used with equal justification. The two sentences, 'the sun is at rest and the earth moves,' or 'the sun moves and the earth is at rest,' would simply mean two different conventions concerning two different coordinate systems." George Ellis said, "People need to be aware that there is a range of models that could explain the observations. For instance, I can construct you a spherically symmetrical universe with Earth at its center, and you cannot disprove it based on observations. You can only exclude it on philosophical grounds. In my view, there is absolutely nothing wrong in that. What I want to bring into the open is the fact that we are using philosophical criteria in choosing our models. A lot of cosmology tries to hide that." Einstein's necessary modification to the heliocentric theory ultimately resulted in transforming it into the acentric theory of the universe, because the sun was no longer the center of anything, and all motion was only relative. Acentrists soon began postulating that not only is the Earth spinning 1,000 miles per hour and revolving 67,000 miles per hour around the sun, but the Earth, Sun, and entire solar system as a whole are simultaneously rotating around the Milky Way galaxy at 500,000 miles per hour. Furthermore, the entire galaxy with the Earth, Sun, and entire solar system are also simultaneously shooting 670 million miles per hour through the universe away from a Big Bang explosion at the beginning of time. E. Eschini said, "The theory of the three, now four, motions of the Earth and subsequent relativity is the result of trying to cover up one lie by another. They say that as we whirl in London at the rate of nearly 11 miles a minute, we are shooting into space around the sun at nearly 20 miles a second, and the sun itself moves around a point in space at the immense speed of 150 million miles in a year, pulling our poor Earth with him at the added speed, the distance that separates us from the sun, and in this maddening whirlwind of motions, they try to apply Euclid's spherical trigonometry to locate distances, which data was intended by Euclid to determine fixed points only, with the result that they have brought out wild calculations which have been fostered dogmatically on a gullible world, but are about as infallible as the utterances of Borgia." When Einstein first introduced his theory of relativity to the world, he often used the analogy of a wagon rolling along the street as an illustration. "What we mean by relative motion," he stated in a Princeton University lecture, "in a general sense, is perfectly plain to everyone. If we think of a wagon moving along a street, we know that it is possible to speak of the wagon at rest and the street in motion, just as well as it is to speak of the wagon in motion and the street at rest. That, however, is a very special part of the ideas involved in the principle of relativity." Gerard Hickson says, "That would be amusing if we read it in a comic paper, but when Professor Einstein says it in a lecture at Princeton University, we are expected not to laugh. That is the only difference. It is silly, but I may not dismiss the matter with that remark, and so I will answer quite seriously that it is only possible for me to speak of the street moving while the wagon remains still, and to believe it, when I cast away all the experience of a lifetime and am no longer able to understand the evidence of my senses, which is insanity. Such self-deception as this is not reasoning, it is the negation of reason, which is the faculty of forming correct conclusions from things observed, judged by the light of experience. It is unworthy of our intelligence and a waste of our greatest gift, but that introduction serves very well to illustrate the kind of illusion that lies at the root of relativity. When he suggested that the street might be moving while the wagon with its wheels revolving was standing still, he was asking us to imagine that in a similar manner, the earth we stand upon might be moving while the stars that pass in the night stand still. It is a case of appeal, where Einstein appeals in the name of a convicted Copernican astronomy against the judgment of Michelson, Morley, Nordemeyer, physics, fact, experience, observation, and reason. On the surface, relativity may seem plausible enough, especially when presented by a charismatic character of Einstein's caliber, but is it really so simple and straightforward? In fact, Einstein's theory of relativity is so complicated and convoluted that when it first came to the public's attention, it was said that there were probably less than a dozen people on Earth capable of understanding it. After Einstein presented his theory to the Royal Astronomical Society, philanthropist Eugene Higgins offered a prize of $5,000 for the best explanation of relativity in essay form, describing it so the general public could understand what it was all about. Prize winner Mr. L. Bolton himself admitted that even when stated in its simplest form, it remains a tough proposition. Along with Einstein's denial of the ether and anything absolute, except the absoluteness of relativity, he had to create a litany of new terms and ideas, each depending upon another and contributing to support the whole. For example, Einstein claimed that there was no ether, that time is a fourth spatial dimension, that infinity and eternity do not exist, and that light is a material thing. This meant that time must be added to the 3 dimensions of length, breadth, and thickness, that space be renamed a continuum, and points in the space-time continuum be renamed to events. Gerard Hickson said, "What we have always known as a point in the terms of Euclid, Einstein calls an event. But if words have any meaning, a point and an event are 2 totally different things, for a point is a mark, a spot or place, and is only concerned in the consideration of material things, while an event is an occurrence. It is something that happens. There is as much difference between them as there is between the sentence, 'This is a barrel of apples,' and 'These apples came from New Zealand.'" While claiming time as a 4th dimension, Einstein explains that by dimension we must understand merely one of 4 independent quantities which locate an event in space. This is to imply that the other 3 dimensions which are in common use are independent quantities, which is not the case, for length, breadth, and thickness are essentially found in combination. They coexist in each and every physical thing so that they are related. Hence, they are not independent quantities. On the contrary, time is an independent quantity. It is independent of any one or all the 3 proportions of material things. It is not in any way related, and therefore cannot be used as a 4th dimension.
I dare you to let me build you a completely free e-commerce store preloaded with 20 handpicked products that are trending all over the world, basically validated by AI from a trending product database from one of the top vendors on the planet. And the reason that we can do this completely free for you is because, well, Shopify is paying me to do it. You've probably seen me before because for the last year, Shopify has loved the AI paired software that we built so much that they've been paying me to build people just like you, complete beginners, a completely free store. Now, again, it's free for you, right? Shopify is paying me a commission to do it. And if you don't keep your
Einstein's theory of relativity claims that light is a material thing which therefore has weight and is subject to gravity. This idea meant starlight could now bend under its own weight and curve its path based on the distance and mass of objects along with its trajectory, which allowed heliocentrists like Einstein to claim stars are in reality not where they appear to be, and that with his new geometry, the stars must be moved to much farther away than previously assumed. Einstein's law of the constancy of the velocity of light states that light always travels at the same speed, 186,414 miles per second, or 671,900,400 miles per hour. But Einstein also claims that gravity causes light to bend towards massive objects along its trajectory. If a ray of light can be said to bend, curve, or deviate from its course due to the gravitational pull of masses in its path, it must by necessity accelerate when approaching and decelerate when receding from these things. However, if light can bend under its own weight, or under the law of gravitation as Einstein claims it does, then it is not and cannot be absolute. Gerard Hickson says, "Strangely enough, while Einstein claims that everything is in motion and nothing is stable, he allows one thing and one thing only to remain outside the realm of relativity, independent of everything else. He claims that the velocity of light is constant under all circumstances and therefore is absolute. This is a blunder of the first magnitude, but I do not imagine that he fell into it through an oversight, for it is quite evident that he was driven into this false position. He was compelled to say that the velocity of light is constant because if he did not, his new geometry would be useless. We are told that light is a material thing and that a beam of light is deflected from a straight line by the gravitation of any and everything that lies near its course as it passes within their sphere of influence. And we are further assured that light always maintains a uniform speed of 186,414 miles per second. We have, however, to remind Professor Einstein that this was determined as the result of experiments by the physicists Fizeau, Foucault, Cornu, Michelson, and Newcomb, all of which experiments were conducted within the Earth's atmosphere, on terra firma. In all these experiments, a ray of light was reflected between 2 mirrors several miles apart, so that it had to pass to and fro, always through the atmosphere, and it is not to be supposed that light or anything else can travel at the same speed through the air as it would through the vacuum Einstein supposes space to be. Let us reverse this in order to realize it better. It is not to be supposed that any material thing travels at no greater speed through a vacuum than it does through air, which has a certain amount of density or opacity. If anything does not distinguish the difference between air and a vacuum, then it is not a material thing. It cannot be matter. On the other hand, anything that is matter must, of necessity, make such a distinction, and in that case, its velocity cannot be constant. Conventional wisdom before Einstein's theory was that light was not a material thing, that it discharged in a straight line in every direction from the source, that it could not be influenced by gravity, could not bend, curve, or be deflected from its course by anything, as
All right, so sorry about that. I had to put something, an ongoing video while I was gone. So I apologize if it's not anyone's cup of tea, but you know, deal with it. But anyways, something happened. I think it was yesterday or something like that, regarding like some type of event where Trump was, right, and there was an attempt, right, this supposedly an attempt at his life again. I'm not gonna bring that stuff, like the pictures or videos on here per se, but I would like to hear if anyone else has heard of that incident. Excuse me. Yeah, that's what I believe too. That's what most of us believed. But I would like to hear everyone's thoughts and opinions and feedback on that, because just out of curiosity, I just want to, as always, gauge the room to see, where is everybody at? Where, like, are we all on the same page? Is there differing opinions, etc.? By the way, William, welcome back, sir. Thanks for being here. I appreciate the love and support as always. It's good to see you. Yeah, it's good to have you here. But yeah, while everybody answers that question, I'll ask the same question that I asked earlier before I left. And I asked it in the live chat. I didn't verbally ask it, but who, aside from Emily, has seen the Michael Jackson biopic movie that just dropped recently, in the past few days? There was, maybe not yesterday, but the day before yesterday. I'm not sure. And if you did, because I haven't seen it yet, and I do plan to see it as soon as I get a chance. Hopefully sometime this week or this weekend. I do plan on seeing it. But I want to know if anybody else has seen it. What was your feedback? What's your opinion? Like, do you think they did a good job at, going through all the stages of Michael? And yeah, they don't. Yeah, yeah. It's kind of like a quote unquote like mission, right? To have people have sympathy for him in some way, shape, or form, right? And feel bad, or kind of like be like, oh wow, like they keep trying to take him out. Like, there's got to be something to this, yada yada yada. Um, I think that's one of the reasons that they're doing it. But that's just my opinion. As always, with my opinions on these topics, You know, it's not written in stone. It's not gospel truth. It's just literally just my opinion. I could be wrong, right? But that's the stance I have on it. But the Michael Jackson thing. Now, I found a video, I think it was yesterday or the day before yesterday, um, that I don't necessarily agree with 100% with, right? But I found it interesting because there is data and information where, you know, it can be easily confirmed or verified, right? Um, and it is some of that information is or are from reliable sources, right? Not maybe not all of it. I'd have to sit down and really task myself to look through the information carefully, diligently, and confirm or deny. But I think for the most part, a good amount of it is verifiable. So I don't know if that's something that you guys would want to see, like watch with me, and just for the sake of, you know, as we always do, like go through the information, right? Receive the good and deny the bad, meaning receive the dots that do connect versus denying the dots that don't connect or cannot be confirmed, right? So, all I can tell you about any of that is, you know, stock up on food, water, essentials, and defensive gear, if you know what I mean. You know, some type of home defense gear, whatever that looks like to you. That could look like a certain way to me. That could look like a certain way to somebody else. Just make sure you're well prepared. Um, yeah, I was gonna say something else, but I'll just keep the extra comment for, I guess, another day. I don't know about the soul per se because I'm a heavy believer on God having full control of what happens to the soul. Now, the mind, brain, and consciousness, that's, I guess, like a gray area. It's kind of you know, like a weird in between area where that maybe might work to some extent, like taking someone's brain, right, and putting it into somebody else's body, or I don't know. The rest DNA and DNA cells. Well, I mean, you can always send it to me and I can share it on here, or tell me what the video title is and I'll look for it. You know, I'm always interested in topics like that and looking through the info. But yeah, who who all says yes to playing the, yeah. Who wants to see the Michael Jackson video that I'm talking about? And the additional information that some people have found like throughout the years or just even just recently. But I have one yes by William. Anybody else? Anybody else says I. Now, if I do share this video, again, I would like to point out that I don't necessarily agree 100% with the information that is, you know, brought to our attention on the video. Um, But there are things that just cannot be refuted, that are known, verifiable, confirmed, like information, like fact. Uh, Now, when it comes to the speculation side of things, that's why I want to bring that video up, just to, you know, just have a decent, good, open, healthy conversation about it and see. Here's one I've seen. Supposedly premises. That's an interesting one. All right, so we have one yes by William. Anybody else says yes to the Michael Jackson video? Again, keeping in mind that I don't necessarily agree with all of it, and that it's not meant to be taken as gospel truth, as with everything else we share on this channel. I think if I see like a second or third yes, I'll go ahead and just put the video up. Other than that, like if there's no more yeses to the Michael Jackson video, I'll move on to a different topic. But I just thought it was very interesting. I mean, there's like family ties that I wasn't aware of until that video came out, and I was just like, all right, but went I kind of like looked into it a little bit, and I was like, okay, so yeah, that's true. That person's not making that up, etc. And but yeah, not here to bring anybody down or make anybody feel bad, or not trying to paint Michael in a negative light at all. William says, sticking on. Pause. I'm kidding. But okay, I'll take that as a yes. Where is it? Okay, it's this one. Pause. All right, so here we go. Well, I mean, sure, yes, but again, I don't want anyone to, what's the word? Like, I know I already said this a few times, but I'm just sharing this just to be open and to hear information wise. But as with everything else that I share on this channel, when it comes to these topics, do your own research. If you feel like something's off or something doesn't connect or make sense or something's not true, it's up to us to do our own research and dig deeper and be like, all right, well, this is what was said. Let's see how true it is or how verifiable it is, or, if we can confirm or deny. So, but, it's just because, the movie just came out. Oh yeah, man. Yeah, I've been shaving my head for like a month now, maybe a little more. And it's crazy. I keep telling people, um, a lot of people say, "Oh, like shaved heads are like a lot easier to maintain, and like it's cheaper." Blah 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 blah. I'm like, well, cheaper, yes. Easier to maintain, no. No, 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 no. I have to shave my head somewhere between 2 to 3 times a week. Just because I'm not actually bald. Like you have bald, and then you have progressively thinning hair, right? And it's two you know, they're similar. There's and sometimes it's very similar. It's very really close, but there is a difference between like actually being bald, where there's you don't have to do anything at all. You don't have to cut anything on your head because you're just bald. Like no hair at all grows, right? It's not my case. Like my case is I have a healthy growing like um, side, right? And this part right here, like the crown or however you want to call it, it's just like thinning, like, and I guess like as time goes on, it's like thinning more and more to where the hair grows, and I still have to like trim it down and like shave it because hair still grows there, right? But it's just thinning more and more as I get older. But this right here, like if I were to leave my head alone for like 3 months, like this would be like really, really, really like hairy and like bushy. And then the top would be like maybe it would look like if I had passed like a 2 or a 3 guard on top of my head. It wouldn't look shaved. It would look like it grew, you know what I'm saying? Like around a 2 or 3 guard. Like those of you who are barbers, you know what I mean? Like the guard that you put on the actual clipper, it would be up to like a 2 or 3 length if I were to like leave it alone for 2 or 3 months. So that's not bald. That's thinning, right? But I for a lot of reasons I have decided to like start shaving my head. Um, it's just for now it's a temporary fix or thing that I just have to do until I find like actual solutions to my problem. But for now, like it is what it is. Um, but I've done it before, like years ago. I shaved my head like a few times, so it's you know it doesn't look terrible on me. It's not my best look, but it doesn't look terrible. So, anyways, let's get to the video. Here we go.
You and I must make we must bring salvation back where there is love. I'll reach out my hand to you. She's more like the beauty from a movie scene. I said don't mind, but what do you mean I am the one who would dance on the floor and around?
I run a podcast
my
solo.
God.
No producer, no editor, no tech skills, just Riverside. I get.
Dear Lord, help me.
They want us to think Michael Jackson was killed. They want us to believe it was a huge inside job that involved his own family or record label. They want us to believe Michael Jackson wanted out of some contract or owning him.
Wait, what's good? What do you mean good? As in all caps good. Like what? What? By the way, oh Lord. Oh my God, days are shorter. My hair and face grows times they're struggling to get to. Yeah, and it's at 3 a.m. By the way, now you bring that up real quick before we continue. If any one of us is woken up at 3 a.m. or anywhere between 3 and 5, right, suddenly, that's God asking us for quality time. And I'm saying that just in case someone didn't know. Sadly, those are like witching hours, right, on the other side of the warfare. And that's between those hours is where witches and warlocks and all types of demonic activity run rampant and more than usual. And so therefore God tries to wake us up between those hours to help combat that with prayer, right? So if and when anyone here wakes up between 3 and 5 in the morning, just know that it's God asking you to, step up as a prayer warrior and pray against all the evil and wickedness being thrown at either you, your family, or your loved ones, or just people around you. But it's also God asking for quality time, like one-on-one. So, yeah. What was I gonna say? So dude said, oh, they want us to believe that this and that. I'm like, in my opinion, this is my personal opinion and theory, right? It doesn't necessarily coincide with anyone's specific theory per se. I think initially Michael, as with most, if not all people within the mainstream industry, were put through certain things and were forced to do certain things in order for the higher ups and the elites to be able to blackmail him, the same way that they make a lot of these artists and celebrities do certain things and record it in order to blackmail them and or coerce them, right? Coerce. Because it's like everything within the Freemasons and all these people, they have to have dirt on everybody so that if and when anyone steps out of line or tries to, then the same thing that happened to Diddy, the same thing that happened to Kanye, the same thing that happened to a bunch of other artists and celebrities and singers and whatever, performers, like there is always something that the elites can kind of like pull over their head and use as like leverage, right? So with Michael, I think the same thing happened early on, but I think that Michael also turned from the wickedness and evil that was going on, right? And he was probably one of the few, artists and celebrities that truly, genuinely, like, did want to, like, step away from all that world and like leave it behind him and tried to do things the right way until he got killed. So maybe at some point early on in his career he was taken advantage of. He was forced to do certain things that he probably didn't want to do, more than likely. But again, it was only for them to use it as leverage against him. Yeah, same with Justin. There's so many examples. There's so many examples. Yeah, yeah. And there's a lot more explanations or speculation that we can put out there. But I generally do think Mike was a genuinely good, wholesome, innocent dude, which was just put through things that all those people in the industry are put through. But he did have like a coming to Jesus moment, if you will, and a very repentant heart, mind, and soul, and did his best to do things right. From some point in his career all the way until his death, and I do think that they did kill him off because of that. But again, that's just speculation. That's just my opinion. That's just my personal 2 cents on that. So that's just me saying that before this dude says what he's going to say. Again, there's certain things that I don't agree with, right? Other things that are brought up, it's like, okay, but it's just, it's never like easy. It's never like black and white with this stuff. It's like, here's this perspective, here's that perspective, and the truth is somewhere in between. That's kind of like how I am. But anyways, here we go.
His masters is the reason he was killed. Jackson, owning the Beatles catalog and child molestation charges, seems to have people thinking this was all done to set him up to be assassinated by the people closest to him. But what if it's none of the above? What if it's all an intriguing storyline that was designed from Michael Jackson's birth? We have seen these characters created over and over again, and it's like we have stepped into a distant parallel universe, where the laws of physics have completely changed. Black means white, and up is down. All information is questionable. I don't believe anything the news media says. After seeing the stories they print, you won't trust them at all anymore. The news, tabloids, and the media, they are totally and completely playing games with our minds and using our emotions against us. The point is you don't know what is being done to you. You think it's all real, but it's massive orchestration beyond your wildest imagination. Michael Joseph Jackson was said to have been born on August 29, 1958, in Gary, Indiana. Jackson began performing with his four brothers in the pop group the Jackson 5 when he was a child. The group scored its first #1 single in 1969, with I Want You Back. By age 11, Jackson was appearing on TV, and by age 14, he had released his first solo album. A Jackson 5 TV cartoon series appeared in the early 70s. But this leaves one question for me. How did the Jackson 5s get recognized in the first place? Surely there had to be some connection. From the looks of Jackson's audition tape sent to Berry Gordy, Michael did not display any real vocals, other than imitating James Brown in unclear grainy footage. One must wonder what made Gordy sign them. The songs they were given were not written by them. This group being pushed into the spotlight was based on a relationship. Joe Jackson's nepotism, brotherhood, may be a plan conjured up possibly before Michael Jackson was born. We are told an audition tape was mailed off to Berry Gordy, the founder of Motown, who initially passed on the Jackson 5, stating that he was distracted by Stevie Wonder. Well, the strange thing is Stevie Wonder is actually Michael Jackson's cousin. So Berry Gordy being distracted by Stevie Wonder was clearly a link to the storyline. They're hiding their family links. They seem to keep any other family connections under wrap, but there are no coincidences.
So then, let's take a breather and a pause. These are the things that you don't know right away growing up, right? You don't know the bloodlines, like Space is Fake just said, the connections, the nepotism, right? But that is, I'm not saying this like a ginormous red flag, but it is a red flag nonetheless. You know what I mean? It's kind of like for example, I'll give you all an example, like of what I mean, but between it not being a ginormous red flag versus like a small red flag. So like, for example, I've said this sometimes before on another stream. My father, there was, I think, 1 or 2 terms when we were in Ay Bonito, Puerto Rico. He was the mayor's right-hand man in the town. So like, if and whenever the mayor of Ay Bonito couldn't get to a certain meeting or couldn't, go to answer some type of like requests that some of the residents or townspeople had, then my father would go in his place, right? And so, a lot of people knew my father because of that, because if and whenever they reached out to the mayor and the mayor couldn't make it, my dad was the one who would like show up and, do whatever needed to be done, right? Or had whatever meeting or conversation, etc. And so, by relation, people would be like, oh, the connection is there, that, Quinones and so, they work together. So therefore, they're like solid, they're like super close. And that wasn't the case at all. Like, sure, like my father had a work relation with the mayor, and to a certain degree, they were like friends in the sense that, like Thanksgiving or Christmas, sometimes he would invite us to, visit them and spend like somewhat like quality time together. But it was like very few and far in between. Like there was no direct link or connection outside of work between my father and the mayor, right? So if anyone from the outside looking in, right? They could say, oh, you know, Q, right, Jorge, you know, he's got ties with like the political movement in Ay Bonito because his father was like the mayor's right hand man at some point, right? And I was like, no, I only know the dude by name. Like that's about it. That's as far as like the connection goes, right? So it's like a small red flag that someone could pull up if they had some type of like speculation, right? But if you look through the actual data and information and see, look up like how many times like us and interacted with the mayor or his family, it's been like maybe once or twice over the span of like 8, 10 years. So you know what I mean? Like they would like if we were tight like that, there would be like pictures and videos and wow, you know, JDQ's father spent so much time with the mayor. Look at, you know, they used to go everywhere together. They used to do this and that. Like when that wasn't the case, you know, and that's where you kind of like you can kind of gauge like just how strong a friendship or whatever is through like, okay, well, how much can be discovered? How much can be put under a spotlight and say, you know, they were in cahoots, if you will, right? Or they weren't because there's like no proof or evidence to be seen anywhere, right? But that's what I'm trying to say. Between like a small red flag versus like a ginormous red flag, right? So the whole nepotism thing is like a small red flag, right? Like it's there, the information is there, and it can be confirmed and verified that it is true. But you know, like that doesn't really say a lot, right? Right? It's not like a huge detail where it's like, oh, definitely, definitely, without a shadow of a doubt, you know, because of that, you know, and he's in the wrong because he was, you know, linked with the bad, like, you know, not the best people, etc. No, not necessarily. I mean, you could be families and never ever spend time with each other or you know, like, know each other, right? So, but anyways, let's continue.
Stevie Wonder was one of the first young artists to be signed to Motown. They gave us a story claiming in 1961.
Oh Lord.
If Bitcoin ever reaches $1 million, the difference between 90% and 98% up.
Violent crime, the fake assassinations of President John F. Kennedy, the fake Martin Luther King, etc. I only mention all of this to show that they're orchestrating all of these lifelong characters and fake events with the impact of TV. Do you think manufacturing characters stop there? No.
Be careful what you do. Let the lie become the truth. Hey, the Billie Jeans.
The late 1950s and 1960s fed a culture of celebrity worship across the United States. Now able to view their favorite actors, musicians from the comfort of their living rooms, the public has become captivated by people who represent the American dream of money, glamour, and success. Keeping the wealth inside the bloodline brotherhood, it seems Berry Gordy, Joe Jackson along with others higher-ups constructed a plan to create a celebrity that would be worshipped. Many people are involved in the presentation of false information, and after possibly showing events in Michael Jackson's life to be false, hopefully, you will question all of the information you receive from any information source from now on. If you know what to look for, all of the hoaxes, they tell you right to your face what is going on in between the lines.
She just sick of you.
Like all other videos we've put out, our purpose is to demonstrate the massive orchestration of information, how controlled information is, and the daily conspiring of the transmission of false information. As Michael Jackson was groomed into the spotlight, we see the scripted stage shows, having fans pretending to be going crazy, pretending to be a random fan running on stage.
She said I'm the one, but the kid is not my son. For 40 days and 40 nights.
That guy always gets me. Yo, this kid, every time I've seen this clip about this kid like doing what he did, just sends me. Like like if whether it was staged or not, just the audacity of the visual of that happening is just like hilarious. Like, bro, like what why? so many dangerous things that could happen. Like, it's crazy.
Out of thousands of people, only one person breaks through to run on stage while everyone else stays behind. This is unrealistic, staged, planned, and probably people Michael Jackson knew personally.
Come and dance on the floor and around. My soul is at me. Then show the photo, baby, crying eyes would told me,
Yeah, hold on.
be careful what you do.
I'm sorry, yo, that dude, yo, come on. This is, I want to pause. My God! Yo. My God! I mean, idolatry, yes. But I mean, so it's these things that happen throughout all entertainment time. Like when Elvis was at his prime, and even before he was at his prime, stuff like this would happen. You know what I mean? It makes you wonder and think, like, you know, how much of it was like legitimate and genuine, and how much of it was like paid and like staged, right? Um, Mike only hears my woman, she, right? Michael!
People always told me, be careful what you do. Don't go
We must understand all of this was planned, designed to make everyone else react in the same way towards Michael Jackson. Remember, a TikToker revealed she was.
Now, before he continues with what you know what they're gonna share, you know, that's not too far fetched to think. You know, if you open your mind to the possibility, um, you know, it's not impossible. It's not far fetched to think. They don't have that energy for guys. So yeah, exactly. Yep, that's true. Um, I don't think we should rule it out, is what I'm trying to say. Like, I'm not saying it's true. This is one of those things where I'm not saying it's true 100%, right? That it's not necessarily all the way true, but you know, there always is that possibility that maybe, you know, the whole like fake fans or whatever, maybe that's true to some extent. You know, maybe out of like 100 people, maybe there was like 20 people that were like planted in there, right? These are all possible, like realistic things that we shouldn't completely shut out just because, you know, we're like a fan. I'm a fan and supporter of Michael myself. I'm not a super fan. Like, I'm not, you know, I don't have posters of him anywhere. But you know, I'm a fan in the sense that I enjoy a lot of his music. You know, not all of it, but a lot of his music I can definitely like listen to all day. Right? Really, really good stuff. Really wholesome stuff. So as far as that goes, I guess I am a fan in that sense. But even I, being a fan, have to be open and be like, all right, this could be a possibility. Not doesn't have to necessarily make it true, but it's a possibility, right? So let's hear what this girl coming up has to say about it.
Was getting hired to pose as an artist's fan at a meeting.
Yo, no offense to her, but that's a pretty big nose on that face. Like, I'm not trying to like be a bully or nothing, but I mean, that's a pretty big nose. Now, I'm just noticing what I'm noticing, but it's no offense to her. Like, it's kind of like me. Like, I have like a weird tornado hurricane thing like in the back of my head with like my hair. It would grow out a certain way. That's weird, and it's a flaw of mine that I'm not happy about, but it's there and I'm aware, and you know, I embrace it. But yeah.
And greet.
So one time one of my friends was on one of those actor casting call websites and she saw a listing for fake fans. And her and I got paid to go to Times Square to this artist's meet and greet and act like we were fans of his music.
She further says, there were like 30 of us there, and 95% of us were people who were paid to be there, she said, but she refused to share the artist's name. I show this to make a point that if companies do this for unknown artists, do you think this wasn't done with Michael Jackson throughout his career?
But she came and stood right by me. Does I smell a sweet perfume? This happened much too soon. She called me to her room. Hey, the Billie Jean is not mine.
I'd go as far as to say the Pepsi commercial was nothing more than a hoax. They claim Michael Jackson's hair catching on fire was caused by a pyrotechnic explosion gone wrong, which caused Jackson's head to be temporarily engulfed in flames. Looking back, I can say this was definitely staged.
Cat is not my son. No, 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 no. Billie Jean is not my love. She's just a girl who plays that.
This is truth bomb number 2. The whole like burning on the hair situation. They're about to explain it in a bit, but let me rewind it just a little bit. And I want y'all to look at like a little cloud of like dust that comes off on top of his head while or after the head burn occurred.
Billie Jean is not my love.
Right there. All this is like some type of like dust. Okay. Like I said, they're gonna explain this part in a few minutes, but just notice that's a visual, real like fact. This actually happened this way. So keep that in mind before they continue to like explain this part away. With like visual effects, and not visual effects, but like practical effects.
Just a girl who plays that.
Notice a few things. We never see who's actually being burned on stage, so we can't really be sure it's Jackson. Conveniently, the video goes completely white, and his hair is supposedly on fire. Also, as he's standing there on fire, we can see what appears to be his scalp, yet he's moving as if he doesn't feel anything. Realistically, no man would continue down the stairs while feeling his scalp burning.
That's true. I don't care how great of a performer you are. You could be the best of the best. You could be the ultimate superstar. However, the moment you feel any type of odd heat anywhere on your body, which is not normal and it's not the common thing to feel on whatever area of your body, whether it be your head, your arms, your legs, your chest, back, whatever. If it's something that you feel off, even if just by a little bit, something's like not normal, something, like you will react immediately and you will try to like figure out what the heck is going on right away. You are not gonna, it's not the show must go on type moment, if you know what I'm trying to say. Like the show must go on is like if you twist your ankle while performing and it's you hurt it, then you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, sure. You have to finish the set or whatever and then try to figure out how to like work through it. But something burning on your person anywhere, like anywhere on your body is like an immediate like, no, this pause, let's figure this out like right now. Let's something is off. Like it's not the same thing. So that's a good point. Emily says, how do they know it's dust and not smoke from the fire and his hair product? Number one, it's the way that cloud of like mist moves. You don't get that type of motion from smoke. smoke is more like upwardly, you know, and sure, like if and when you are in movement, like the smoke will move with you if the fire is on you like that, but not in the motion that dust happened to move at the speed it happened to move. But they're gonna show that in a second. Yeah, it is. But they slowed it down with that intended purpose of like getting us to kind of like see a better, you know, motion of what was going on, because they're gonna play it at normal speed at some point, but these are the type of things that you have to watch in slow motion to get a better feel of what was actually happening versus like it happening so fast that you're not able to pick up on what actually happened. I don't know. I don't know. I would have to look into that. Just remind me before we end the stream, and I'll look it up and see, you know, just how true that is. It's a very interesting video, though. It'll be interesting to find out.
The strange thing is he put the fire out by spinning one time.
She's just a girl who was that I don't want.
There was no fire while the crowd on stage rushed in, so why was everyone moving back and forth? Could they have been bringing Michael Jackson on stage? Although the video isn't great quality, with a quick stop on the footage, I'd say the guy spinning does not look like Michael Jackson.
Would you be happy if you stayed where you are in life and job forever? If the answer is yes, then this video is not.
See, this is one of those things where I don't agree with him on. Like, that's such a blurry visual for us to be able to like determine whether if it really is him or not. These are one of the moments where I'm like, I don't agree with this part of what he's showing us 100%. Like, is a possibility for it to be someone else there? Sure, but the fact that this visual is not the best quality for us to determine that should not be taken as like a piece of evidence for us to speculate on. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, like if there was like a higher quality like format of the video where the face is like a lot clearer to where we can be like, oh well, you know, Michael's like eyes aren't that wide, or his eyebrows aren't that like thin, so you know there's differences. There's no way of determining that from this picture, like from this from this moment in the clip.
We only get a clear shot of Jackson once the crowd calms down. So who was dancing down the stairs and spinning? We also have a so-called witness from the crowd.
From what I saw, Michael was coming down from the riser, the explosion went off, and it seemed like a little bit of it brushed the back of his neck, and then from there he didn't realize it was going up the back of his neck, and then he started spinning, and then it started spreading, and then he was tackled by his brothers and friends and relatives on the set.
Notice how she was giving detailed information. She was allegedly in the crowd. How would she know all of this? Sounds like she was instructed to say this. Furthermore, to pull something like this off would be very easy doing it under controlled conditions. They spray the material on the stunt double, which keeps the fire from burning the hair or scalp for a few seconds. While everyone on stage pretends to put out the fire, the real Michael Jackson is being placed on the stage. This all took place on the sixth and final shot of the commercial. When the commercial was done, the fake story was the last take. Some say Michael Jackson was going bald, and losing hair was the biggest obstacle.
Like with medical records, it's a tough one. It's a tough one, right? Because yeah, even medical records can be doctored or faked or paid to say a certain thing. So while technically it would be like I guess like a step forward within like evidence, I wouldn't necessarily trust it 100%. I might be like, okay, well, maybe it's true. It's like a 60-70% chance that it might be true if it is within the medical records. But again, this is my opinion. Uh, it all depends. I think at the end of the day, it all depends on like, okay, what third parties, of like Michael's connections, were not connected or affiliated to the industry or the family, and I don't know, can be seen or known that they were always in Michael's best interest. Um, those would be the people to ask. Um, yeah, yeah, but that's what I mean, though. Like the medical records, again, sure, technically we could kind of like use it as like a baseline, like the possibility of it being true, right? 60-70% accuracy and legitimacy, but then it's not always 100% true because very easily the production company or his record label could have been like just paid the doctor like, hey, we need this to be in the files, right? Yeah, yeah, the fans who saw it happen, but as we saw, how very easily, someone can be like replaced while they're moving, within that small lapse of time. Again, this is not me accepting or taking what's being said here as 100 like true. Like I don't necessarily agree with what's being said here, but as always, open-mindedness to the possibility, right, or the possibility of this somehow being twisted in a way to make us believe a certain thing, and maybe something else was going on, but yeah, that's true. Like, people who were there saw it face to face, makeup artists. That's fine. That's fine. That's good. That's good. I mean, that's good because again, I don't want this to be a one-sided thing where it's like, oh, like no one's here to crap on Michael and no one's here to crap on, the possibilities of certain things. It's just we're looking at things like prospectively, like looking at everything that's being presented to us. And like I did, like, hey, this part I don't agree with, right? You can't determine in a moment within the video, whether what he was saying it was like somebody else or was it really Michael. There's such a blurry image in that part of the clip that you can't use that as something to be like, oh, that wasn't Michael. No, it's too blurry. Come on now. Yeah, no, I don't. I think probably they forced drugs on him for sure. I don't think he was like, a drug abuser or, habitual drug user or whatever. I think drugs were pushed on him, but that's a different topic altogether.
For his forever young character. They needed an explanation as to why his hair was thinning. Look at him in the years after the accident. Look at how much better his hair looks.
Yo!
How thick, how straight, and yet it ended out of the
Yo, hold
commercial.
up, hold up.
When the commercial was done, the fake story was the last take.
Hold up.
Some say Michael Jackson was going bald, and losing hair was the biggest obstacle for his forever young character. They needed an explanation as to why his hair was thinning. Look at him in the years after.
Michael, what you doing with that hand there, bro? He look like that one guy in the meme with the square shirt and the little vest where he's like, I'm gonna tell on you. Let me see if I find the picture, yo. Hold on. Let's see if I find it. Y'all know who I'm talking about. Where is he? Come on. So I just want to find the picture real quick. Why is it so hard to find? Like, I know, should I put like how he looks like? God. There we go. Found it. God, that was such a super like unnecessary like search for, and then the visual. Oh my God. Come on, bro. This, dear God, help me. I have to zoom in on it and everything. But yeah, like he looking like this in that picture. Yeah, bum or a ball spot. It's just super to pretend to be a burn victim over a ball spot. But that's, look, I mean, look, we're gonna go back and forth between this. But so, I mean, there's this, and then this. When seeing so-called bald head. anyways, I just thought it was funny. Michael did that pose for like that picture. He was like the predecessor to the, I'm gonna tell on you, meme guy, without us even knowing.
After the accident, look at how much better his hair looks, how thick, how straight, and yet it ended in big sales for Pepsi, and a drug addict's story being set for his death later on.
My friends and doctors advised me to seek professional guidance.
MTV, music, television, video, music, 24 hours a day, and it's stereo.
That's what's happening. We're being sat in the back of the bus television style. And if Pittman gets away with this, and there are other cable shows that form, they're going to try it.
They are being left out of the video market, specifically the music, television, cable operation. Sam Ford looks into that in this final report of his two-part series.
This isn't the Wizard of Oz. I mean, there are black people here, and we make music. And we spend thousands, $100,000 on videos. And we're not doing this for the sake of because we enjoy doing it. We're doing it because it's part of the art. And we're being excluded from the art.
You're one sentence away from launching your website with Base 44. Since the beginning of the internet, there's never been such a
I can argue that Michael Jackson being the first black artist to be played on MTV was also a plan meant to build MTV up to be sold to the company putting out Michael Jackson. Sony Music was originally named American Record Corporation, renamed Columbia Recording Corporation in 1938. In 1966, the company was reorganized to become CBS Records. Warner Communications owned and launched MTV on August 1, 1981. In October 1983, CBS, aka Sony, aka Michael Jackson's record label, were actively seeking to acquire one or more major record companies. CBS was motivated by the proposed merger of Warner Communications, aka MTV, which Michael Jackson hasn't been featured on yet. 2 months later, on December 2, 1983, Jackson's music video, Thriller, appeared on MTV and became the first black artist in heavy rotation. Thriller premiered on MTV under Epic Records. The parent company is Columbia CBS Records from 1953 to 1988, so before Jackson made it to MTV, his label was in talks of buying Warner, which is MTV. Epic, Columbia, or Sony, sent MTV Thriller, which took MTV to a new level. 2 years later, in 1985, Viacom, aka CBS, Sony, Jackson's label, bought full ownership of MTV. To me, it appears to be a business move between the two wealthy CEOs. They made it a racial event, and this garnered the attention from the public. They send artists out for interviews on the subject, as if the artist had the control of their music.
I mean, there are a lot of white kids that put on MTV and say, yeah, where's Stevie Wonder? Where's Marvin Gaye? Where's Rick James? You know, where are all these acts? Next to my Billy Joel record is Rick James. Next to my Van Halen record, there's Earth, Wind and Fire. Next to my AC/DC record, there's maybe Aretha Franklin, Diana Ross or something. Where are these people? I mean, don't we exist?
With your attention on MTV, they gave Michael Jackson the biggest music video budget and released it on MTV. The show continues. Controversy Cell.
What a piece of work. Thriller, a long time coming. Michael Jackson's Thriller, being shown in selected movie theaters. It was shown last week, so that it'll be eligible for this year's Academy Award. The only place on TV you can see Thriller is here on MTV, and we are proud of it.
Terry, ever since the Michael Jackson child molestation.
You have to have an enemy. The information you hear about celebrities is not stuff you disclose about your own family or personal life. Who gets paid from all the tabloid stories?
See, this is the thing. I don't think he did anything with like any kids. And one of the I guess baseline fundamental criteria for that is that, you know, most of, if not all, the kids, you know, mentioned to have, you know, like a inappropriate, you know, experience with him or whatever. Like they show a contrary, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like treatment towards him. Like, if anything, they wanted to like defend Michael, right, and protect Michael, and you know, pretty much demonstrate the opposite. You know, that he was actually a protective, caring, loving man. You know, with them, and that they felt safe with him at all times, and they never felt disrespected or never felt any like inappropriateness or whatever. That's what the kids displayed. Like, how do I put this? Like, if and when something like that actually happens, you know, the kid wants to be as furthest away from the abuser as possible, right? And, you know, they don't want to be in the same room with the person. They don't want to be near the person. They don't want to think about the person, right? But the kids with Michael is like the other way, completely the opposite was true. Like, they, you know, if they could hug him for the longest time, like, they would. You know, if you would let these kids like hug Michael or give them to choose and pick, like, hey, you know, would you rather be like here or would you rather like go spend time with Michael? For the most part, if not always, they would choose Michael. They would be like, yeah, like, I'm gonna hang out with like Michael or whatever. Someone who's been, you know, abused does not act that way towards their abuser, right? So this is another thing that I don't really necessarily like agree with. I don't think he did anything to any of those kids. I think if anything, maybe the higher ups in this, maybe they blackmailed him in ways that might look like he, you know, something did happen. That's probably the extent of it. I don't think he actually ever did anything with anyone, you know, especially not minors. That's just my opinion. So.
If you were Michael Jackson and constantly on the front cover of a tabloid magazine, wouldn't you say, hey, you're using my likeness to sell magazines, should I get a cut? Or, it's an advertisement to have you in the magazine, and you're thrilled that they're putting your likeness into the minds of people. Everything you hear is paid for. None of it happened by accident. It's all planned. Gatekeepers decide it, and publicists sell it. If you hear about a person, place, or product, it didn't just arbitrarily happen. While it seems there are advertisements in publications, the reality is, the entire publication is an advertisement of someone's agenda disguised as reality. Just remember, MTV first launched using footage from the first space shuttle launch countdown of Columbia.
7, 6, 5,
4. We've gone for main engine start. We have main engine start.
Ladies and gentlemen, rock and roll.
The MTV producers said that they had originally planned to use Neil Armstrong's "one small step" quote, but lawyers said that Armstrong owned his name and likeness, and that he had refused, so the quote was replaced. Now, as an artist like Michael Jackson receiving negative press in magazines and TV, you don't think he and his lawyers would be smart enough to have them removed? Think about it.
That rings a bell, but I can't say I'm well versed on that. We could at some point pull that up and like talk about it for a little bit. But it does ring a bell. Like it does. I feel like I have either come across that information at some point. I just top of my head, I can't say full blown like yeah, I remember, you know, like for sure. Like if it was yesterday, I remember like all the details on. I feel like it rings a bell, but I'm not too keen and well versed on it. But I mean, I don't doubt that. I don't doubt that at all. You know. Yeah, and that's like another. It's just so many things that there's so many factors to consider with that topic, which is very, very delicate. But again, kids will not want anything to do with their abuser, more or less, you know, be in the same room with him, right? But all through and through, they always display the opposite. The same family, the Casio family, or just other people, because that would be weird. That I would consider that to be at that point like a money grab. If it's the same family, if it's the Casio family. But are we talking about the Casio family or other people in general? Oh, okay. Same family. Yeah, that if that's the case, then it's for sure a money grab. Because you can't defend someone for 25 years and then right before like, you know, a movie comes out. Wait, actually, I'd like to take back my 25 years of loyalty and actually say that, yeah, like something that would be such a weird skit that probably Key and Peele could pull off. Um, that's crazy. If that's the case, it really is a money grab, and I don't even think it should be considered. It shouldn't be taken seriously because you had over 25 years to state, you know, the fact and come with evidence and proof. Instead, you did the opposite. You spent 25 years defending the quote unquote abuser, right? That I don't know. That's a good question. I think this video is almost it's halfway through. I won't play the full thing, but
in fact,
I think y'all know more or less like the point the person is trying to make.
If you see an artist get arrested for something, it is generally because he has an album, movie, or TV show coming out, and it's staged for promotion. Everything you see involving famous people is fake. It's all business. Even Michael Jackson's Dangerous album cover is showing his face being covered by a theatrical mask. With an image of Barnum, creator of the world's most famous circus. But there are many conspiracy theories about this album cover. I'll leave it there for the sake of time. In the midst of all the controversy, Michael Jackson and many celebrities like to get you to feel sorry.
Exactly. So, yeah, you couldn't bribe me with unlimited, endless royalty money until the day I like that. Even that wouldn't be enough for me to keep my mouth shut. Like if something would happen to my kids or whatever, or someone that I loved or someone that I cared about, like there's no way, there's no type of authority or influence or money that anyone could ever pay me for me to not speak up against, some form of abuse towards like someone that I love and care about. It's just, I mean, it's pretty straightforward for us normal people, or for us decent normal people, who have a heart and a, a spirit, that loves our loved ones and God. It's pretty straightforward. You do something to anyone I love or care about, I will defend my loved ones to the very end and to the death. Especially if something was done to them by somebody else. Like, come on. It's just
For them for their success. It's a mind trick.
Have you seen my childhood?
I'm sorry, the part was kind of funny.
Attention retirees,
I
if
know
you're
it was,
willing to be at your computer from 9 a.m. to 10:45 a.m.
it was the way they edited it, but it's still funny. It was like, you see my childhood. Come on, come on.
This article says, Lisa Marie Presley says ex-husband Michael Jackson knew he would end up like Elvis. The headline speaks for itself. In addition, I don't believe Lisa Marie Presley wrote this article. I think it was professionally crafted to show the industry strength of making a believable and emotional story, where Lisa gets her side of the story out. Don't believe all the rumors, it is standard cut and paste. The same people that say they don't want the rumors are the same people whose publicity company manufactures the stories. To add to your emotional roller coaster, they release a song called Scream by Michael and Janet, acting like they're the victims when they are in fact the perpetrators.
So I'm tired of injustice. I'm tired of the scheme. Your lies are disgusting. So what does it mean?
Before the internet, when people bought records, tapes, and CDs, they found new music from record store clerks, MTV, and word of mouth. This meant that record labels needed magazines to advertise their newest offerings. Record stores had a sizable magazine rack, so what better way to lure you in than with Wacko Jacko headlines? Satire used to be fake news pretending to be real. But now real news is proven to be satire, and satire has become real. Satire can be tricky to decode. Typically, satire appears on news sites. Take this article, for example. Michael Jackson plans to fake his own death. Satire is important because we need to consider the legitimacy of the content. Satire can encourage multi-perspective and analytical thinking. Just look deeper.
I think that newspaper was meant to be like a Onion News equivalent or something like that.
In Michael Jackson's final film titled This Is It, they included a film called Gilda. Gilda is a 1946 American film. The character Balin flees from a detective. He stages his own death. That famous This Is It tour. Why was it titled This Is It? Is this the last tour? Or could this hoax be the tour? June 13 pre-death finances article. Michael Jackson may relaunch his career as a Las Vegas act, thanks to the private equity group. Remember, Las Vegas and Los Angeles are the locations for Tupac and Biggie's fake deaths.
Don't go around breaking in girls' stars. And mother always told you, be careful who you love.
Heard the news about Michael Jackson.
No, Michael
He died.
He died? Michael Jackson is dead. Michael Jackson. Are you being serious? Michael Jackson's dead. No. We're not taking that. Michael Jackson is not dead. Michael Jackson will not be dead. He's not dead. No, well, he's not dead. Are you serious? He died of a heart attack tonight in LA. A heart attack? Robert, are you serious? Robert, he died of a heart attack.
We're just getting this in right now, and it's very, very sad news. Jim Moray, and to all of our viewers, both the Los Angeles Times and CBS News are both now reporting that Michael Jackson has died. CNN has not confirmed that, but the LA Times and CBS News are reporting that Michael Jackson, 50 years.
What year was that again? That he died? Oh, 2009? Damn. Wow. That's crazy. It feels like, I don't know why it feels like it happened like after that, but damn, it's been a minute. It's been a minute. It's been close to what, almost 30 years? No. I mean, I'm not saying like almost, but like it's been close to. That's crazy. That is crazy.
So the king of pop has died. A very, very sad moment.
Jackson was taken to the University of California at Los Angeles Medical Center, where paramedics administered cardiopulmonary resuscitation in an ambulance. He did not regain consciousness and was reported dead about 3 hours later. The site reported that a 911 call came into the emergency services at 12:21 p.m. This is what I consider one of the hoax codes. The call came in at 12:21. 12 plus 21 equals 33, which is no surprise, because Michael Jackson's father Joe Jackson was a Freemason, taken into Prince Hall. The Muslim Brotherhood is part of the Prince Hall Masonic Lodge, that is run by the Blue Lodge of the UK.
I apologize. I meant to say 19 years, but I was still off by 3. But just wanted to clarify that real quick. It's a good example of like me, number one, not being the greatest at math, but number two, just not being the great with like dates and such.
Okay, Jermaine Jackson is a practicing Muslim and also a Freemason that belongs to the Prince Hall Lodge. It is said that Conrad Murray, the doctor that allegedly killed Michael Jackson, belonged to the Scottish Rite Lodge. In fact, LaToya Jackson appeared on Donald Trump's show called The Apprentice, of course, entered.
See, truth bomb number 3, the fact that he was part of a Masonic Lodge is like, these are things that, to consider. This is why I said that maybe at the very beginning of his career, he was forced to do and partake of the usual things that a lot of these artists and celebrities are, forced to accept, do, participate of, and be a part of. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that person stayed wicked all the way through. Like, there is always that possibility and chance that at some point throughout their career, they just, go against what they were doing and they rebuke it and they turn away from their sin and look to God, look to Christ, and try to correct the remainder of their life on earth before, So, but there are things to consider. That's what I'm trying to say. Let's hear that part again.
Jackson's father Joe Jackson was a Freemason, taken into Prince Hall. The Muslim Brotherhood is part of.
His dad was part of the Mason. So maybe not him. I'd have to look into it. But if his father was, I'm like more than 0.5% sure he was too. It just makes sense.
the Prince Hall Masonic Lodge that is run by the Blue Lodge of the UK. Jermaine Jackson is a practicing Muslim and also a Freemason that belongs to the Prince Hall Lodge. It is said that Conrad Murray, the doctor that allegedly killed Michael Jackson, belonged to the Scottish Rite Lodge. In fact, LaToya Jackson appeared on Donald Trump's show called The Apprentice. Of course, entered Apprentice, which is one of the degrees of Masonic membership. So remember, none of the Jacksons has the public best interest at heart. They've taken oaths to play the game and keep quiet. On to Jermaine Jackson breaking the news to the public. In this briefing, Jermaine seems to give too many details which aren't needed for this briefing. Notice how he's giving the exact timeline. Ask yourself, why is this information given? Why are they giving the public precise details?
So this is something that I completely forgot about. I think it's in an old Michael Jackson biopic movie from like the early 2000s. But apparently him and his family at the time of him growing up, apparently he does have, or they did have, a Jehovah's Witness background, which is already not a good look. And it's one of the religions that it's like okay and accepted within Freemasonry. And it's actually encouraged, along with like, you know, Muslim. Yeah. So like his dad was Muslim, his mother was like Jehovah's Witness. Not the best mix. so I.
Have you ever wondered if you could make money
goodness.
with a drone?
Come on,
I mean,
man.
real money, like replace your job money?
No.
This is hard.
Okay.
Here comes the massive advertisement for painkillers.
So I'll play like a few more minutes of this part because it's really important. This part of, you know, the drug use and all that, and how it pertains to seeing things from a different perspective and light. But I think in a few minutes, depending on the foot traffic and activity in the live chat, I might, you know, end the stream between now and 9:30. And at the very latest, even with the good foot traffic and, you know, interactivity, 10 p.m. if that. But yeah.
Kept trying to layer the idea that it was pills, drugs that killed Jackson, saying Jackson had a long history of taking painkillers, including Demerol. Medical experts said Demerol could lead to the sort of cardiac arrest suffered by Jackson, particularly if taken with other drugs.
What does Demerol do?
Demerol's a narcotic. It's a pain medication.
Gave him Demerol, which want these huge quantities of Demerol.
We're talking about Demerol. We're talking about pain medication.
Today, the amounts of Demerol. Giving Demerol for that.
Demerol, 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 advertisement plug. And it's to layer the idea that he's a drug addict, so you believe he's dead. Now Propofol gets him free advertisements. They paid for the bad publicity. You need to know. There is a segment of our population that loves to read about pills and suicide and celebrities with problems. There is a fascination with depression and drug treatments for depression that both satisfy the lunatic people and the pharmaceutical cartel that pushes the drugs. Psychologists love to experiment on people with various chemicals. You have no idea the effect these articles have on the minds of the intended audience. We all know they tell us the plan ahead of time through interviews, music videos, or songs.
But so I don't have long to live. These are your favorites. I'm going to be found dead in bed.
You better watch out.
So I don't have long to live. These are your favorites. I'm going to be found dead in bed.
Ami Ford, the man we most know from the television show Martin, gave his last interview in which he said, "I'm okay with my life being over." On Michael Jackson. And remember, he was worried about what the media and magazines would print. And again, they tell you to your face it's fake. Pay attention to this article by the Associated Press. Los Angeles, the stage was set Monday for Michael Jackson's final act as the world capital of make-believe braced for what could be the biggest, most spectacular celebrity send-off of all time. The world capital of make-believe, just like they wanted us to believe there was a body in the casket.
See, even if they did show a body in the casket, you know how like realistic they can make mannequins like to look. You know what I'm saying? Like, so let's say even if there was a body in the casket, and they open it like, oh, where's the body? Where's the body? And they open the casket, there's a body in there. Only the body isn't a body; it's a mannequin, or it's some type of like realistic, hyper realistic looking, um, you know, yeah, like doll or mannequin or whatever, right? So just, I mean, that, yeah. Again, so many factors to consider. Like, it's ridiculous, but
They're telling you. Listen to LaToya Jackson at the trial.
Illusionist. Everything is an illusion. Watch the movie The Illusionist and you will see. Please read between the lines, everyone. Please do.
Illusionist. Everything is an illusion. Watch the movie The Illusionist and you will see. Please read between the lines, everyone. Please do.
She's telling everyone to watch the movie The Illusionist. Guess what takes place in that movie? Sophie faked her death by taking some kind of drug so that she would look dead. Now it makes sense why they wanted to bury him in concrete immediately after the funeral. So no one can uncover an empty coffin, or a coffin filled with a picture of MJ and his memorabilia, but no dead man. It's not like we hear about grave robbing every day. This isn't Egypt. Wrong. How convenient of a story to come out on July 9, 2009. Only 2 days after the article of Jackson family wanting to bury Michael in concrete. 4 cemetery workers were charged with digging up graves and dismembering bodies. Information control is so outlandish and abundant and seemingly from so many different sources, you couldn't possibly imagine how orchestrated all of this is.
I don't know what to believe right now. I already had a heart attack. I heard they brought him back. I heard they couldn't revive him. I don't know who to believe or who to trust right now. I just want to know what's happening.
They want you to mourn. They wanted you to buy tickets to the phony funeral. They want you to buy music and other merchandise. But they will also dangle the idea. You'll never know if Jackson is really dead.
Apparently you can go from 0 to a complete site in just a single prompt with Wix Harmony. I don't know if this is going to be possible. Or
Creating conspiracy theories. Reporting sightings of Michael Jackson to keep you guessing, same as Elvis.
Don't think twice. She told my baby there's the 3. She looked at me and showed the 4.
On to the phony trial.
Mrs. Benson will publish the verdict.
People of the state of California plaintiff, we, the jury in the above entitled action, find the defendant, Conrad Robert Murray, guilty of the crime of involuntary manslaughter. Alleged victim, Michael Joseph Jackson, alleged date of June 25th, 2009.
Alleged victim, alleged date of June 25th.
Notice the jury is saying the alleged victim Michael Jackson. They found Conrad Murray guilty, but saying the alleged victim. Let's go to court terminology. Here it says, alleged. said to be true, but not yet proven to be true. Until the trial is over, the crime may be called the alleged crime. The use of alleged victim incorrectly asserts that victim's status has not been determined and is often legally incorrect. More importantly, the use of this term violates a victim's right to be treated with fairness. Synonyms for alleged include dubious, questionable, suspect, suspicious, and so-called. Referring to a victim in such a manner implies that the victim is not truly a victim, but is instead fabricating the charges. Fabricating charges. Now it makes sense why the camera focused on this seal during the trial. Most never paid attention or even cared, but why was this seal filmed? Was it filmed intentionally? Yes. California's seal has 31 stars on the upper edge that represent the number of states that existed upon California's admission to the United States in 1850. Yet the seal they're showing in the courtroom has 32 stars. This means it's not a real case, and it prevents Michael Jackson from being accused of committing fraud by impersonating a government institution. It's a hoax. A fake seal renders everything presented.
Yo, you know how much attention to detail you have to find something like that. like an investigation, like the term investigation falls short. Like it feels like it's an understatement to like the amount of attention to detail that some of these people like go through to find these things is crazy. Like sure, like maybe on a very focused and driven like point in time, like given enough time available for me to like look at the scenes and the pictures and the visuals and the audio and all that, yeah, maybe I would have found it too. But just again, the amount of work that and investigation that goes into some of these like conclusions or speculation or theories is crazy. But when you do see them, you can't unsee them. That's the crazy part.
To you in the trial is invalid. It's done for TV.
From the window, right? And he waved at me and he said, hello, I can't believe it! He waved at me! I looked in the window and he said, hello! I can't believe it! I can't believe it!
We can admit that the team responsible for manufacturing Michael Jackson has done an amazing job. It's time to stop blindly idolizing celebrities. The music was good. It triggers moments in our lives. This is a fairly common experience. We all seem to have a tendency to divulge in the lives of others, but it can give rise to toxic obsessions and false idolizations. Like the story.
Oh, and on that note, I think we'll stop the video altogether. I think it's, like enough information that was shared for us to kind of like, be able to draw our own conclusion, or at the very least, spark some interest in looking into certain areas of that whole situation, and see where the dots connect and where things make sense, where things don't make sense, where there's evidence, where there's not, etc. But yeah. I think, let me just double check something real quick. Already did that one. I'm not doing that one again. I'm just gonna double check, make sure there's nothing else I need to share with y'all, at least not right away. Huh. Oh, this. Well, okay, let's roll it back. Okay. We'll look at this. Oops. Look at this real quick. not already. The video's like far ahead, but we'll listen to some of it real quick.
Off the market are the insiders and the institutions like BlackRock and Vanguard. So that's another thing that people have caught on to in addition to Israel that people are upset about. So this distracts them. And of course, we'll hear people talking about Epstein as well, but that's part of the game. So let's get in to the supposed shooter, because this gets even funnier, right? Here's the picture we get. It's the guy stripped down naked, his clothes are off, his shirt's off on the floor. Within minutes, within an hour or two, got all the CCTV footage. You think, you know how hard it is? How many of these true crime shows do we see? We've all seen them before, where you've heard of a murder and it takes a while to get the actual footage, or they won't even show you the footage. They'll just say, the police have the footage. They're not going to show you the actual footage. It's too disturbing. No, within hours, conveniently, the CCTV footage is just released. They weren't like, hey, we should probably evaluate it for a little bit here. See if we missed anything. We could end up looking bad. We could end up looking like that. We probably should. No. It's released to the public immediately. Why? Because the perception immediately goes into your mind. Oh, this is real. Here's cameras that were inside of the lobby that found the guy. So this proves in your mind without you actually using critical thought that it's real. Because remember, when you're watching the news and watching these clips, your brain is in a delta phase brain wave. You're easily programmed and manipulated. You believe what you see. It's like being under hypnotism. So they get you all this stuff right off the bat. Then they tell us, who is Cole Allen, right? Another one of these names like George Glass, John Doe, these fake names, always very easy to pronounce. It's deliberately done. So then when you're at your water cooler tomorrow for work, or during this week, whenever you go to work, that Cole Allen will become another household name, because these are easy names to remember. It's not like it's Dan Wickershaw or something where you can't pronounce it. They're always just cookie cutter names where it's a first name and a first name that's is the last name, right? Allen, a last name, but also could be a first name. Very easy to remember. There's some of the stuff that they've released on him. You could see him standing here. He was a teacher, of course. This plays into the left-right, that liberal ideologies in schools. And again, that's all part of what we're seeing, the tearing down of the institutions of the school, which again is a good thing. I've covered this many times. I do not support the school. So it's nothing but lies. You learn nothing. You learn no trades. But they're actually deliberately tearing it down now so they can bring in AI governance and AI education, where they're saying, look, your kid can be raised by AI and learn way more than having some lib teacher. Conservatives will be on board. Democrats will be on board because they don't want some conservative teacher. Everybody will agree. And of course, who really wins in the end? The World Economic Forum, the United Nations, and the real deep state, right? So look at this picture of him that they released. You can see the pyramid behind him. I'm sure that's real coincidental, as well as this picture from his Instagram account that's been circulating, where you can see Israel Defense Forces. Now, some claim that it's AI, some don't. There's other pictures of him wearing different shirts. You can't really tell, but this is a common calling card that these guys are obviously all working for the Mossad, because these are Mossad operations, just like September 11th, just like all of them. They're the ones who carry this out, the Mossad and the CIA, which are one and the same. In fact, you got him with the shirt there. And then who else did we recently see that they released to us conveniently a picture of Jeffrey Epstein wearing the same thing, Israeli Defense Forces shirt on an airplane? Of course, they're playing into some of this stuff now with Israel. This is done by design because, again, remember what divide and conquer. They want to divide everything as much as possible, which means they don't want to just divide you into Republican and Democrat. They want Republicans divided over issues as well. Epstein and Trump, Israel and Palestine, all of it. Because the more you divide people and continue to break it down into more and more denominations like they have in the church, the less likely there is for an uprising and people to unite together, because they have so many things that they disagree over. So they don't even care at this point about any of the stuff with Israel. That's why they put pictures of Epstein out wearing the Israeli forces shirt, which again looks like it's a AI picture as well. But all the stuff they've given you with Epstein, nobody asks questions about who's giving you the information. Remember, these people don't believe CNN is real. They believe it's fake news. Yet CNN is covering the Epstein stuff almost every single day. Right. But so they go, oh, well, that's real. Well, they have to cover some stuff that's true. Right. So it's just pretty much them picking what they want to believe is real and what they don't want to believe is real. But the reality of the matter is Epstein, all these guys were practicing eugenics. They were practicing pedophilia. They're practicing all of these things that are involved in the occult and the OTO. And they were doing it underground, and they do it under our feet every day. There's cities underneath our feet. Most people don't know. They're looking up at an island thinking, oh, yeah, they're getting flown to this island. They're doing it underground, okay? Your tax money is funded in underground world, underground highways, underground network. That's where these missing children go. They do not get flown to these islands with passports or with pilots who aren't going to confess tales. They get taken underground. There's no trace of evidence of where they possibly go in a world where there's a camera on every single street corner. So here's the other thing that ties into all of the stuff with magic. This is stuff that's come out on Mr. Cole Thomas Allen. He's a NASA fellow and a teacher, right? So the teacher part ties into the lib agenda, as does NASA in a sense, but we know there's many Republicans who are so stupid they actually believe that we can go to space. Christians believe we can go to space. Even the Bible talks about a firmament, and the footage itself should be enough to wake anybody up, but still they don't want to believe it. They love NASA for some reason. It's pretty unbelievable, but NASA fellow, okay? So he's a tutor, he's a NASA fellow. For anyone who doesn't know, a NASA fellow is a prestigious designation for researchers, typically graduate students, who's supported by national fellows to advance agency goals in science, tech, engineering, and mathematics, okay? So you can see on this guy's LinkedIn page, you can see some of the stuff that he's done, and you can see right there, NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Now, why is that actually important? Not just because we know NASA is a front for child trafficking and psychological operations, because though that money doesn't go to flying into space, because we know that they shoot up air balloons and they shoot them up over into the Bermuda Triangle. They do not go anywhere. So all that money obviously goes to different things. And part of that is obviously trafficking of drugs and human beings. But I'm showing you this because the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, because we're talking about magic, right? Who was the founder of that JPL, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory? Well, it was Jack Parsons, right? A group of researchers, most notably Jack Parsons. That's what he's known for, okay? And Jack Parsons was a committed and influential occultist. In fact, I covered it, videos on the website. CBS put out a show about it, right? Oh, he's great, Jack Parsons, and his parties, and oh, he was so smart, but he was a little weird because he practiced magic, right? He practiced human sacrifice, blood rituals with Aleister Crowley, right? So he's the one responsible for creating that specific Jet Propulsion Laboratory at NASA, which this guy happened to work at. And of course, Jack Parsons is one of the most notorious occultists to ever exist. He's an influential occultist, member of the Ordo Templi Orientatio, okay, which again, founder, devout follower, Aleister Crowley. He's a follower of Aleister Crowley. And again, if you're not familiar with Aleister Crowley, the man who calls himself the B666, they performed the Babylon working ritual, which many people believe was a ritual to bring in the Antichrist, a ritual that was done called the Babylon working, a series of sex magic rituals performed by rocket scientist Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard, the creator, of course, of Scientology. And they manifested the Thelemic goddess Babylon on earth as a human incarnation. And the rituals drew on Aleister Crowley's teachings to shatter the boundaries of space and time. So there's a connection right there with the occultist himself, Aleister Crowley, and Jack Parsons, because supposedly the shooter, Mr. Israeli Defense Forces, happened to partake, spend some time at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, which again has nothing to do with jet propulsion, has to do with black magic and sorcery, because that's what this stuff actually is. And the news itself is black magic and sorcery. So you can even see in the photo here, Oz Perlman with the sun behind his head, sun worship. I mean, it's all right in front of our faces, right? And of course, it goes back to the magician. The real true magician here is Donald Trump. As Marina Abramovich, who everybody out there knows, Marina Abramovich is a witch. Remember from Pizzagate, all the stuff with Lady Gaga, the cannibalistic parties, right? The stuff that spirit cooking that she drew on the walls with coagulated blood of children, her connection to Israel, right? The rituals she have with her head on the wall, saying it's like Jay-Z, right? Well, here she is talking about how Donald Trump is the great magician to bring in this order out of chaos and how he is needed for this.
Funny opinion, but there is in Lapland there is a group of the shamans there who do something called collective dreaming. They will go together in seclusion and do the rituals with eating very little food and being in a solitude for a long time, and they will go and dream the dreams, and the dream have to be collective same dream. So coming out of this dream, once the shaman told me that actually the best thing happened in this planet right now is the Trump to be the president. I said, how is this possible? Is the best thing to happen? He said, yes, because he's so irrational, he's so crazy. That's actually create that awakening that we finally wake up. Because before it will be another guy and everything looks similar, but he's so different than anything else. So he's the magician who waking us up. What do you think about that? That kind of theory. Trump is the best thing happened ever to us. That he is the magician of the highest order. That he is there in his irrational mind to create confusion in order that a human being can find new order. And you know, it's not so stupid thinking about this in that way. It's completely turning things upside down.
So the great magician strikes again, because the magic being performed is on the audience who believes that the deep state is trying to assassinate Donald Trump, that he's not one of them, that he's not an actor, a character, because they believe the news. They believe the airwaves, which are manipulated by Satan himself. All the frequencies that are being used that you can't see with your own eyes, that give you Wi-Fi. You don't question where it comes from, what it actually is. You just turn it on and you get programmed by it, right? A gunman got close to Donald Trump once again. Trump, without even blinking, does an interview right after it to make it seem like he's an alpha male and he's tough and he's strong, just like when he pumped his fist at the fakest assassination attempt. One of the fakest things we've ever seen is Trump's assassination attempt, the first one on stage in Butler. These people just don't want to actually believe it. All the narratives out there about how they're doing this because Donald Trump is doing so well and he's so successful, and they're going to, they just continue to go after him. And they're hinting eventually that it will end that way. And of course, we know it's going to end with a fake assassination of the character Donald Trump, because it'll cause the uttermost chaos. And the more they build this up with miss after miss after miss, and enough is enough, when this actually happens, when this final curtain is pulled, these people will lose their minds. And that, again, could cause civil war here in America. You might say, no, it won't. But you see how absolutely unhinged these people are on both sides, the extreme liberals and the extreme conservatives. And they're luring more normal, regular conservative people into being MAGA, into following Trump with stories like this. That's how we've gotten to this point.
All right. So that, I'll leave it up to that. Next 5 minutes or so is just me wanting to say a few things. So number one, I'd like to continuously ask for prayers for my sister. Wow, it's interesting. You mean like if the AI in the car thinks you're not sober, it'll turn off? That'd be interesting. Yeah, so I said this at the beginning of the stream, and I'll say it again. For those of you who have not let go of my sister in prayer, thank you. And for those of you who are unaware, I try to keep it simple and straightforward and short. I've lost count when it started happening. It feels like it's been like 2 months. Maybe it's less than that, but it feels like it's been 2 months. She just randomly, unexpectedly started suffering with seizures and epileptic episodes. It's up until recently she was still at her job's roster. They had to take her off, and they did say when she recovers, she's welcome back and all that. So she does have a job waiting for her once she gets better. But for the moment, it's it's been an interesting experience. Very frustrating one at that. Mostly, for her. But retrospectively, on us as well. It's it's tough to watch. And so we wholeheartedly, blindly trust God with her and her health and her recovery. And I know that whenever God decides and wants to do the miracle, he will. I'm well aware that this is not meant to be forever. This is not meant to be something that she has to, combat the rest of her life. And I do believe it to be just for like a short season. But regardless, it's still something that when you're in it with the person and you're trying to be there for them, it's something new, it's unexpected, just random. Thanks, Fred. I appreciate you. No history of it, like no medical history of it. I'll find myself waking up throughout the night, whether it be like in cold sweat or just unexpectedly just woken up to go check on her, making sure she's fine and not, going through it. And yeah. I just ask for the continued prayers over her and her well-being, her recovery, stability in her mind, in her brain, and a lot of optimism, a lot of hope, faith. Because it's not easy. It's really not easy, and we do what we can, to help, but it's only so much we can do. And I'm not looking for medication to be a solution. I'm not looking for, higher doses to be a solution. The solution needs to be for God to put his healing hand over her and just ultimately heal her, period. That's what I'm praying for. That's what I'm believing for. And that's what I'm having faith for. That's what I trust God for. But yeah, I will appreciate it if you guys, everyone here, if you're part of a church, you put her name in the prayer request list at your church, or if you're part of a group chat with your church pastor, how type of name, chat. But that's the first thing I'll ask. I am trying to find a way where I can plan to connect with people who are like prayer warriors or people who are deep and strong in their prayer life and are okay and healthy enough to like fast. But I want to say in May I'm gonna reserve the last week of May for me to fast that full week and go on a full fast, meaning just water, nothing else but water and prayer. That's gonna be the last week of May. I'm gonna separate for that. If anyone here wants to accompany me and choose some weeks of May or the following month to help me, create like a consistent, perpetual relay fast and prayer, I'll highly appreciate it. You can let me know in the live chat if anyone's interested in teaming up with me in that way, or if you want to DM me to Instagram and say, hey, I can do the fast for like this week. I can do it for that week. I can do it for these days, this day, any amount helps. It's just a matter of there being like a rotational, perpetual chain of fasting and prayers. I wholeheartedly, strongly believe in the power and might of God working through our, through our fasting and prayer. So, for those who are interested, let me know in the live chat or DM me on Instagram. The last thing I wanted to say is that I have a group on Facebook that is idle, but it is there nonetheless, and it keeps growing at a organic, normal amount, and it's a men of discipline group. I have become someone who has become highly involved with, being a disciplined man of God, a man of prayer, a man of fasting, a man of diving deep into the Word, diving deep into, building upon that foundational relationship with our Heavenly Father. So if you're another man who's watching this and you want to be part of that group, or you want to be part of that community of disciplined men, godly disciplined men, it's a group where we sharpen each other, right? As iron sharpens iron, we sharpen each other within the Word. We pray for each other. If one of us is struggling with something, we'll let each other know, like, hey, I'm struggling in this area, I'm struggling in that area, I'm struggling with this sin, I'm struggling with that sin. Can you pray for me? And so that's the whole point of that group, is for just that, so that all these godly men can have a brotherhood where we can look out for each other, pray for each other, present each other in prayer, present each other's battles in prayer. That way there's a network, there's a firm network of godly men, pretty much helping sustain each other. I've become someone who strongly, wholeheartedly believes in the power of unity, community, right, and brotherhood, when it comes to that side of things. So if anyone who's here is a male, I mean, it's open for everybody, like male and female, but it's mainly directed for men. Any other men in here who want to be part of that brotherhood, want to be part of that community, and want that support group to where they can go to, where there's no judgment, there's no undermining, there's no belittling. We're all equal in there. Just because I'm ahead of the group does not make me the perfect male. It doesn't make me the most holy male. It just makes me someone who believes in, again, unity and helping each other and helping lift each other up and helping place each other in prayer and helping each other sharpen each other within the Word of God and prayer, fasting, etc. So if that's something that interests any of you in here, let me know in the live chat, and or just reach out to me in the DMs on Instagram, and I'll lead you to the group and everything. And yeah. That being said, I'll give you guys a few minutes in case anyone here wants to say something in the live chat or ask me a question or share an opinion or share a comment before I wrap things up officially. You're more welcome to do that. But I just wanted to share those points before I officially wrap the stream up. But yeah, I'm trying to help as many men as possible. There was a point in time where I wish I would have found a group like the one that I'm building up, and maybe it would have helped me, take certain actions or act sooner in certain areas of my life than I should have. And I want to try to make sure that no other man makes the same mistakes that I made in my past. And if I can help prevent someone from suffering the same losses that I've suffered, and if I can help prevent other men from making the same errors and mistakes, then I will. So the group is there. Yeah. So the Facebook, the group. It's called the Den of Disciplined Men, I think. Let me see. Let me just make sure. Let me just double check to make sure it's written correctly. So it's Men of Discipline, but there we go. Okay. I'm putting it in the live chat right now. You're gonna see the background or the cover photo. It has like a Spartan soldier with like a shield and like a spear and the typical Spartan wardrobe or uniform. And then in front of it, it says like addicted to discipline, right? Addicted to discipline. But I every now and then that's why I have to be like very specific of how the cover looks. Right now it's at 370 members. For Sparta! Oh man. Yeah, it has currently 370 members. So there's what else? The banner or the cover picture is a Spartan soldier with the words in white that say addicted to discipline. Thank you, Emily. I appreciate that. Really, really appreciate that. It means the most coming from you. So thank you for that. And always, 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 no matter what, God bless you and your family too. And have sweet dreams and a good night. And I hope you have a pleasant night and pleasant heavenly dreams, godly dreams. and that you're able to wake up painless, in peace, loving life, energetic, healthy, and that the presence of God is overabundant in your life and in your day, throughout your entire day. That's what I pray and hope for you. So thank you for the prayers. Again, it means the most coming from you. So thank you for that. Let me double check. Yeah, it does show me that you did join, so I appreciate that. Yeah, I am, but I try to tell people. Sometimes I forget. Like most of the time, I forget. But sometimes I'm just like, hey, if you're watching this on your boy JDQ, just know that the intention is for you to be on Vision iView TV. Sometimes I'll have people on all 3 channels, which is fine. The stream still gets the same amount of views in total collectively. But yeah, the intention is for people to cross over to Vision iView TV. So if you're watching this on your boy DDQ, give Vision iView TV a chance and cross over to us. Subscribe to us over here on this side. You won't regret it. If anything, I've heard people that were reluctant at first to give this channel a chance, but once they did, they haven't looked back since. So make of that what you will. But anyways, guys, yeah, I am gonna officially wrap things up here. I thank all of you, every single one of you. For those of you who interacted with the stream, thank you. For those who were just watching or listening, thank you. Brother Rad, Hamster, the lovely, beautiful, amazing Emily Rose. To Monarch, I know Space is Fake was here too. William, Patty. Who else? There's other people who typically aren't here, and they were here at the very beginning of the stream. If they go all the way back, Geeky, PDX, Scotcheroos, my grandma Val, and anyone and everyone else who was watching or listening. Thank you for being here for a second or for the entirety of the show. I appreciate it. Love and support is always appreciated, always. Thank you. Thanks, bro. I appreciate you. But yeah, I think God willing, if everything is smooth and normal this coming Thursday, and everything is fine and peaceful, I will be back on Thursday. Thursday around somewhere between 5 and 8 p.m. Eastern time. So the earliest 5 p.m. or 5:30 p.m. and the latest 8 p.m. So keep the notification bell on for the channel, put it on all, and just keep your eyes peeled. And I'll do my very best to keep you guys informed throughout the week and on the day of. But other than that, God bless every single one of you guys. I do love every single one of you guys, and I love the support you always show the channel, my family, and my team, and myself. So God bless, and until Thursday, this is Q with Vision iView TV.